don't have per se.
Sorry, messing with audio.
So I was just curious if, during that 19th meeting, you all had discussed two different lists, and would that be fair, and this, that, and the other? And I didn't know, how long that, I'm currently number 19 on the list, which sounds like that could be years. And I didn't know if you all were considering doing a second list, or if this is the final proposal and this is it, and there's very little room to make alterations or whatever to accommodate my situation. Or maybe there was a way to increase the number of permits allowed. I just kind of feel like I'm almost being penalized for having the wrong STR permit. And granted, I haven't really paid attention perhaps to what was going on. I had heard about the STRs and the problems and the pros and the cons and this, that, and the other. But anyways, I'm here to plead my case and see if there's anything that you guys can do for me. Yeah, maybe I'm not the only one. I don't know.
Thank you.
But thanks for listening.
Anyone else?
My name's Ty Davies. I live in Idaho Springs and formerly address, so my former address was 758 Zip Trail. Built a house up Zip Trail. Back in 2010, we got our CO. And first of all, let me say, I got a letter in the mail the other day informing me that Clear Creek County is considering updating its inventory map for primary, secondary road systems. And the road, as I know you're aware of, George, the road Zip Trail goes up to my property. There is another road that goes up to the property, but has never been a working road. It's more of an old mining road. It's my understanding, and we've never met, but I've talked to you on the phone, Carl, and I have talked briefly. When I got this letter, I was kind of taken back a little bit because of the nature of it. When we bought the property back in, I think 1999, we only accessed it via, at the time, Spring Gulch. George, Bob and Gretchen had their house up there, still do, where that still resides. But when I decided to build my house up there, 758 being 3/4 of a mile from Spring Gulch, the county made us name the road. At that time, there was only two of us on the road, so between Bob and Gretchen and my wife Deb and I, we came up with the name Zip Trail, i.e. from Brooklyn ski area, where we go hike and ski all the time as kids. My address has been 758 Zip Trail for as long as I've known. I know tax wise, when my house burned back in 2010, 2011, it was designated as a loss, but I thought I still had that designation of Zip Trail. Long story short, finding out that there's another house that has been built up there since by Kelly Flanagan, and they want to stop the road at their house and only allow access for my property up Morningstar. Again, I've kind of stepped back as far as my interaction with the property. We go up there for hikes and such. I've had thoughts of building a new house up there eventually, but
Ty, I don't want to cut you off abruptly, but if you could wrap
yes,
up.
I'm sorry. anyway, I'm here to learn a little bit more about what we're doing on that road and at least have access multiple different ways. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone on Zoom? Right.
May I ask, I'm here for a county hearing on a county maintenance of Ute Trail out in Upper Forest Estates. I can't possibly get that done in 3 minutes. I have exhibits for the county to prove that Ute Trail has always been county maintained. Can we set a hearing where I could have an hour to present my?
We do have a hearing set. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes during that
I'm
hearing.
sorry, I can't hear you.
We do have a hearing set. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes during that hearing.
Am I public?
Yes.
I can't possibly do it in 3 minutes, sir. I've lived there for 23 years. I need my road maintained. But the county is saying it's never been maintained. It's always been a courtesy maintenance. That's just plainly not true. I can show county documents indicating that it's always been maintained from 1988.
Mr. Chair,
I just can't do it in 3 minutes to get anything across.
Peter's trying to talk.
To convince you in that short
I
period
got
of
this.
time.
Jesus.
May I set a meeting, maybe not a hearing, but a meeting with may I have more time?
Typically, we don't interact during public comment. If you would please, for the record, state your name and your place. I'm not going to ask you to move to the podium. Because it's okay. I see that you have oxygen. You don't need to move to the podium. But if you would please state your name and then please proceed with your comment. We do limit public comment to 3 minutes. You are, of course, welcome to submit any information that you would like via email to myself or staff.
Okay, I'm gonna submit. Okay. Thank you. I'll be as short as I can.
Okay, I'll give you about 2 more minutes.
I'd like to be talked to like a child.
The county stopped plowing. I live in Forest Estates, which is in the very most remote southeast corner, way down here, right beside the Jefferson County. It's an hour from here. The county has a building there. Has had since I moved there in 2002. I'm just going to talk about the maintenance. The county stopped the maintenance in 2009. Let me get this. Sorry, gentlemen. This is in March 2009. Meanwhile, plowman Tim Faust has routinely been plowing out 100 to 120 feet of the driveway of Kevin Sloan in number 3 Ute. I live right beside number 3 Ute and I can see it. At the time of this ice hearing, that's a different matter. Daryl, the county foreman, is asked why the county is plowing out the driveway of number 3 Ute. Daryl states that Tim Faust is just setting down the blade. He's not plowing out the driveway. This is patently false. Daryl has no response when asked about the county's changing policy about liability when turning around in a private driveway.
Ma'am, if you could please wrap up, you've reached your time limit. You will have another opportunity to offer public comment during the public hearing.
Oh, I will?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna get to the meat of the story at that time then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In the meantime, please feel free to communicate via email, anything you need to communicate.
I'm sorry.
Via email, you can communicate anything that you would like. And if you'd like,
Thank
my
you.
staff is right here. They can provide our email addresses as well as over here, our staff.
Okay, is the public hearing gonna be on today?
It's on today's agenda. Yes, we'll be getting to it in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, I have this scarf over my mouth because I've had having some dental surgery done and 4 of my teeth are at the dentist's office.
Okay.
I can
Um,
relate.
You can also, for your convenience, if weren't planning on staying here all day,
I'm just having a hard time hearing.
for your convenience, if you weren't planning on staying here all day, you can use Zoom to log in and offer public comment via the, comfort of your living room on Zoom. And someone on my staff, this person, Lisa, just to the right of you, can help you figure that out.
Mr. Chair,
When do you think you would get to that?
It will be in the afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
the microphone would pick her up better if she were at the next time, if she were either online or up here, because I'm not sure it's picking her up back there.
It was doing okay. I can
Was
ask
it?
Beth, but I was seeing it transcribe her words, so hopefully, but yeah.
The history of my experience with these microphones is they pick up pretty much everything in the room very well. And I chose not to make her walk up because she's got off.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just reminding you because in the past we've done that and I was concerned that it might not be picking her up. So it's easy to forget.
I remember.
Excuse me, gentlemen, may I
don't
deposit these?
really know what's going on.
I've prepared 4 documents for each of the, are you a commissioner?
Yeah, we'll get into them.
Oh,
Let me help you.
oh, okay. They're just for the county
Yep, let me help you.
commissioners. Oh, you're Montag, aren't you?
I am not, well, I'm the new Montag.
I didn't know. So.
Oh, has it changed? Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I will provide one of those for you too.
Okay.
Not to take it personally.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Just letting you know, I waved them up.
We do have 2 people raising their hand online, and I'm
Okay.
going to cross them over as panelists so they can give their public comment.
Thank you.
First one,
On Zoom, if you could please unmute, state your name, roughly where you live. And you will have 3 minutes.
this is Spencer.
Sure.
Spencer, go ahead.
Hi, yes,
Or
good morning.
Lydia, if you can.
My name is Spencer Higbee. My wife and I have really enjoyed the
Can you
St.
hear us?
Mary's. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. Yeah, we have enjoyed the St. Mary's Glacier neighborhood for quite a bit here and the Idaho Springs neighborhoods as well. We were kind of reviewing the Ordinance 19 proposition here as we manage and kind of help with a bunch of the short-term rentals up in that neighborhood, which, as I'm sure you guys are aware, is a tough neighborhood to live in full time. But we feel as if we've done a pretty good job of bringing people to the area and boosting the tourism industry in the area and providing these 5-star experiences for people out of state and whatnot. My concern about the Ordinance 19 currently is about the transferable licenses between purchase of property. A lot of these properties are designated vacation homes and are designated and designed and built up to becoming excellent vacation homes for people, not only visiting, but people who want to experience the remote areas of the St. Mary's Glacier neighborhood and the mountains of Colorado. So I believe that that's going to be a bit of a hindrance to those of us who are working on building businesses in the area and supporting local cleaners, local maintenance people, and trying to sell those properties when the time comes if those licenses aren't transferable. The other thing that's concerning to me too is I do know that during the last few years, creative financing has been a big thing for a lot of people. Some situations allowed people to get into properties through seller financing, which would be, for example, putting people into a 5-year contract where they finance through the seller, and that allows them to enjoy the neighborhood for a certain amount of time, with expectation that when they purchase the house outright, that they then get that license, or the license comes with the house. And I know that a couple clients of ours are at risk with this transferable license issue, of not receiving a license when their contract expires with the seller that they are under legal contract with to receive a license at the end of that contract. So that's my concern of the ordinance 19 is that transferable license. But other than that, I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing, and I hope we can find a good resolution to that.
Thank you. And for the record, if you could please just state your name and roughly where you live.
Oh yeah, I'm Spencer Higby. We spend time up in the St. Mary's Glacier neighborhood quite frequently, and we live in Denver, Colorado.
Thank you.
Next up is Terry Lopez.
Welcome. Please state your name, roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Terry, if you can unmute and give us your public comment, that would be great.
Good morning, Terry Lopez. Terry Lopez, I live in Denver, Colorado. I'm called in because I received a letter about the Seaton Gulch Trail. And I was not understanding the language that says that it's being considered for adoption as a county road. If adopted, it would be added to the secondary county non-maintained road inventory list. That's the only information that was provided. And so I just wanted to ask for information about what that means and how it would impact the adjacent properties. Thank you.
Thank you. And we don't interact with the public during public comment, but we do schedule county commissioner updates right after that, so, which is convenient. Any other public comment? See none, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you all. Commissioner updates is next. I'm just going to take the time first to the person who spoke last. Those questions can be answered by staff. I recommend you email Stoy Streepy. His email can be found on Google, or his address is sstreepy, STREEPEY @clearcreekcounty.us. You can find that on Google. His name is Stoy Streepy. He is the road and bridge engineer.
County engineer.
County engineer. Also, if you, during the hearing, that stuff will be explained. That hearing will take place in the afternoon. Since I'm supposed to do my update first, my only update of the day since we had a meeting last week is that I had asked for some time because our 2 legislators are in town and had wanted to meet and had scheduled a meeting. I texted them this morning and told them that I might be able to swing in for a little bit, but I was likely to be unavailable. We have a full agenda and this board's proceedings need to be my priority.
I mean, is it something you want to keep open still?
I wouldn't mind taking a short break during that time so I can stop by and say hi, but I don't need to participate in an hour-long meeting.
Yeah, I think we have an hour break scheduled and it's hard to tell how this meeting's going to go yet. It might go pretty fast.
I failed to put that hour break on your agenda, so that was on my update to let
Never
the
mind.
chair know that he could obviously call that break when.
I'm interrupting with inaccurate information.
That's okay. Well, you're responding. Do you need, this is a good time to discuss any.
No, I'm good
scheduling needs.
moving.
No?
No, I don't have any special.
Okay. And that's all for my update. I don't know who wants to go next.
I want to acknowledge that we received public comment via letter concerning the road listings.
Thank you. I probably should have done that. Appreciate that.
Randy, it's your turn.
Oh, boy. Yeah, one second here. We have, I guess one thing is we have I had mentioned, I think I mentioned it during update, so I just want to clarify, we haven't had a need. We thought we had a need for the new county commissioners or incoming to figure out who was going to be the coalition rep in order to respond in timely fashion. That's no longer necessary. And that can happen in a regular sequence after they take office on the 14th. Margaret Bose with the coalition was kind enough to get with us and let us know that they're going to be able to, they only had enough people apply to be on the board, to fill the board. And so they just held an open slot. And I saw the sheet and it basically says that Clear Creek County has a spot TBD next year. So normally there's an election that takes place on that January 9th or 7th meeting. And but that's not going to be the case this year. 9th, I believe. Also, there's a NOCO Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee is looking at a project, and they're still considering it, to try to do kind of untold stories in each one of the jurisdictions of the area to kind of fill out history and make a project out of that, wanting to get with each of the different county jurisdictions. I did have a discussion with them, and I said, even within our own archives and our own version of what those untold stories are, they often need to be vetted because you know how things are. If they get repeated enough, they become true. And we start thinking of them as the way things happened. And so they require a little research to make sure that they are, but it should be an interesting project that we might want to be involved with. And the Mount Blue Sky Byway Grant app was filed with the federal government by CDOT last Tuesday, and the amount, it's about a $1.2 million interpretive history project. And again, we're in there as a $25,000 match donor in support of the other jurisdictions and the other properties that are within the county to help with that project. And I also just want to express, after the meeting that we had the other day, the Fire Authority meeting, and I think CDR has completed their obligation and contract with us as I was picking up for their facilitation of our discussion. And I just wanted to compliment them and also all the partners that were involved with the Fire Authority discussion. I know that each of the parties came in expecting, I don't know that anybody came into that expecting or striving for the outcomes that we did get. Some people wanted more, some less, some different, but the bottom line is everybody stayed in the room, and the tone of the discussion in the room was, I thought, extremely collaborative and looking forward to what we can do together. And I think that's a testament to everybody sticking it out and doing a really good job on behalf of their constituents, and also the really expert work that was done by CDR. And I'd like to thank them for doing a good job. And that's it.
Thank you. One thing did come up, but maybe it's on your list too. Appointments?
It's gonna be on your January 7th agenda.
Yeah. Peter had told me that we have a legal requirement to make appointments in our first meeting. And so some of the people that we've interviewed, of course, we're gonna want to make decisions on. And then, of course, the new board will probably want to take that appointment list. We'll need to take that appointment list right back up in the second meeting. So that's just.
So something
and
could
that's the
change.
rule.
Something could change a week later or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to redistribute commissioner responsibilities, so
Right.
it'll come up pretty much immediately on the 14th as well, is my guess.
Well, as I mentioned last time, my intent is not to reach from the grave and manipulate anything that happens after I'm gone. So
It's the second.
Okay. That's all.
No, we're not.
Thank you. County manager update.
So actually, it was one of the things I was gonna talk about offline in terms of when we're doing the swearing in, but there's right now no meeting on the 14th. So it would be the following Tuesday,
Okay.
1st and 3rd.
Yeah.
oh, because you're just
Good
doing
call.
swearing in on the 14th?
Yes, I'm not sure yet when we're doing the swearing in. It's kind of, I'm hearing, going back and forth on days. We may do it on the 13th when we do an orientation for the two new commissioners. So,
If you could notify me, I'd like to be present.
yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
I thought legally it had to be the second Tuesday, which was the 14th.
They must be sworn in by the 14th. However, they can be sworn in prior to that. It just is not effective until the actual date of the 14th.
Okay,
It would
I
also,
was laboring under the wrong information. I don't know where I got it, but
Traditionally, just so you know, we've always done it on the day, but it can be done.
And we also have the mayors and commissioners scheduled meeting on that 14th morning also.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is it actually, Peter, just for information, is it actually any time after the election up until the second Tuesday in January? Or?
It is, from an appearance standpoint and optics alone, it just makes sense to do it once the other board is leaving. Out of respect to the current members of the board, but if for some necessity, a member won't be present on the 14th, you can do it early with the effective date being the 14th.
I know that when there was a really, really strong throw the bums out sentiment that was across the nation in 1992 or 3 or somewhere in there along that stretch, there was the Idaho Springs City Council. It's like they wanted to swear in the new people as soon as the election was over the following week. It was just kind of a fad at the time, but that's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
Friendly reminder, we have a special meeting on Thursday. That agenda, funny how we schedule these meetings and our agendas grow. There's 3 items on that agenda now. Still should be quick. We're gonna schedule that for a 10:30 start. With the employee party starting at 11:30. So we'll have some work for you to do at that employee party too. We're giving away some recognition for years of service. We allowed employees to nominate other employees for recognition in terms of teamwork, et cetera, and jobs well done. So hoping you'll be able to help us announce those names and enjoy some food with staff on Thursday over a holiday. So celebrate the holiday. And then I am leaving for Arizona on Friday morning and will be out the following week for Christmas, celebrating with family. Rachel will be acting county manager in my absence. And she'll be in town that week. She's gonna help out while I'm off with family. So that's all I got.
We'll try not to have any emergencies, Rachel.
It'll be good, no matter what.
Communications update, Megan Heiler.
All right. Kind of going off of what Brian just said, just so everybody knows that's watching, we do have the staff holiday party on Thursday, so that's December 19th. So county offices will be closed just for 2 hours during that party. That'll be from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. But then afterwards, you can come in and get all your services done, things like that. Also, just some more scheduling updates. We started pushing out that the transfer station, the hours are going back to 4 days a week. So now the transfer station will be open Wednesday through Saturday, and that'll be 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I know a lot of people care about the transfer station in the community. So come February 2nd, you can now go to the transfer station 4 days a week. There also are some price updates that is on social media and on our website, and you can learn more about that. Also, just a friendly reminder, starting in January, so starting in the new year, our new county hours will be 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday. So just so everybody knows, tell your friends. Just a lot of postcards, so we're sending that out hopefully next week. So if you get a postcard, I made it, and don't tell me it looks bad. So that's all I have.
So now you'd like to know our opinion.
Yeah, you better tell me it looks nice, all right? And hopefully it won't be huge this time, so.
Thank you. Next, we have a couple of executive sessions. Usually we do these later, but there's a need to do them earlier. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640248 for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interests related to a water supply application by Lawson WMP4 LLC for the Lawson Mobile Home Park located at 2038 and 2039 County Road 308. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to have a conference with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to zoning enforcement case 2022M97. There's also a 2022M98 that's not reflected on the agenda. And determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned zoning enforcement cases.
I'd like to second that.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Peter, do you have printed material for us for the executive session?
Yes.
So I don't need my laptop.
Yep.
Okay.
The board will now adjourn into executive session, no written minutes will be kept, no decisions will be made. We will be back here to conduct the rest of the public meeting.
Randy?
Okay. Well, the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We're back to proceed with the regular agenda. Next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. I said that word 3 times in that sentence. Would anybody like to pull anything from the consent agenda? I would like to pull item A. Yes.
I definitely want to pull that one. I'm just scanning again. I read it, but I just wanted to see what I recall from it. Second.
We'll be able to talk about it immediately following.
I don't think so. I think I'm good.
Yes.
What I recall reading.
Okay, I'm gonna read the consent agenda. We are pulling item A. Item B, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-96, a resolution amending the 2024 original appropriation of Clear Creek County funds. Item C, consideration of final settlement of RC 24-01 pavement rehab for Upper Bear Creek Road, agreement between owner and contractor for construction at a stipulated price with Martin Marietta Materials Incorporated. Item D, consideration of approval of Clear Creek County Open Space Commission Sheepkeep Land Use Recommendation Form. Item E, consideration of approval of the Clear Creek County Open Space Plan 2024. Item F, consideration of approval of Public Works Resolution 24-08. Road and Bridge CIP Task Order number 07 for the agreement between owner and engineer for professional services with Roxol Consulting Group Incorporated. Item G, consideration of approval of common interest privilege agreement between the Clear Creek County Board of County Commissioners and Commissioner-elect Jody Hartman Ball. Item H, consideration of approval of the third amendment to agreement between Clear Creek, County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Jefferson Center for Mental Health for alcoholism and illicit drug use disorder treatment services. Item I, consideration of approval of change order number 6 and number 11, fourth amendment and final settlement to the Clear Creek County Sports Shooting Complex Unified Form Construction Contract with Himmelman Construction Incorporated. Item J, consideration of approval of change order number 1 and amendment to contract for RC 24-04 of a small project with American West LLC. And item K, consideration of approval of ratification of cancellation letter for withdrawal from the CTSI Workers' Compensation Pool. My apologies, gentlemen. I'd like to pull item K as well. So.
Yeah, I wanted to at least make a comment about it, or I have a question about it, but pulling it's fine too.
Okay.
Okay.
So consent agenda B through J is what's in front of us.
Okay, I move that we approve items B through J of the consent agenda as read.
I'd like to second that.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's take up the items that were left over on the consent agenda. First is item A. We have Lisa Lieben here. I asked for this to be pulled so we can amend this lease to make it 1 year to give staff and this organization some time to discuss other terms of that lease.
I can speak to this rather than Lisa coming up unless Lisa does want to. This is going to be a first-time lease with Lawson, with the Lawson Mobile Park. The lease currently on the agenda was for 10 years, and staff is recommending to the board that we actually receive direction to have the lease be for 1 year in order to negotiate terms relating to a variety of matters, specifically having to do with lot rents and things that affect the residents directly. Lisa, if you have anything additional, please feel free to come up, but make sure you do come up. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, commissioners. I do not have anything to add to that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for coming all the way to say.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
No problem.
So just for clarity, the lease says 10 years now. We're asking for it to say 1 year.
Yep, and aren't we gonna move to approve it with an amended term?
I think that's, yeah.
All right. I'd like to move that we approve the Lawson Mobile Home Park Water Leasing Agreement with an amended term of 1 year.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Again, I would like to thank you for coming up to let us know, to, on the record, let us know you had nothing to say.
Thank you, commissioners.
The next is item K. I asked for this to be pulled just for some brief explanation. Carol Ann My intent is to support this. I just would like for the record for you to describe the change in costs that you project from going from CTSI to the new insurer and any other reasons why you're recommending this change.
So the cost that was quoted for CTSI was $292,608 for 2025. And Pinnacle, who we plan to go with, is $168,082. The reasons for the change, the first is customer service. I've, as you know, come from the private sector and have worked with work comp agencies for a long time. And when I came here, I was very disappointed in the lack of support that we were getting from the staff at CTSI as far as the safety side. I have specific examples that I can share with you if you'd like, but to keep it high level, we just didn't have the partnership that we need in order to help prevent injuries, accidents, and costs associated with those things at work. They also have outdated technology and administration of their services. They rely on completely paper processes. They have no online access to claims information. Pinnacle offers us 24/7 nurse triage service, in-house medical teams, claim management processes all online. They also have apps and things that we can use to help our staff have more efficient processes when they do have work comp claims so that they can understand the billing process. They can understand who their claims adjuster is. They can use their phone and it's in real time. They're not having to call HR and deal with the frustration of waiting for a response and not knowing what to do with the bills that they're receiving. Because as you can imagine, receiving very high medical bills when you've been injured at work and having the threat of being sent to collections, which we have had staff have that experience too because of CTSI's lack of response to our staff. The other is, again, the lack of responsiveness from CTSI when it comes to things like training, offering training for our staff, safety training, and lack of support with people that have active cases with work comp. So their adjusters are giving them information that is opposite of what we would want them to be giving our staff as far as how to work through the work comp claim and get back to work.
And I just thank you for that. Thank you for giving us that information again. The second time I had somebody speak to me the other day and ask the question about hadn't we already changed that, and we had, as though we'd already made the move. And I think I said that I had recalled the conversation, but that like a lot of things, we defer to staff, give staff direction, and this is that ratification at this time. And we hadn't, so my memory was correct that we hadn't already ratified this. And the other thing I would say is that I think it's important that we save money by having fewer accidents and having people injured less. I think it's also important that we have people injured less.
Yeah.
For their sake. And I think the fact that this is an outfit that specializes in serving county government is probably not a really good argument if you're not actually doing the job. It doesn't matter whether there are roofers who specialize in following hailstorms around the country.
Yep.
You know, and it doesn't really speak well for them.
Right.
But it's just the way it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'd share with the other members of the board, but that my experience with Pinnacle has been outstanding or was outstanding. I don't
Yeah.
have a current relationship with them. So
I use them forever and they're the go-to.
I did call some people that offered to give references for other counties and heard great things about them too. So I'm excited for this change.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
all right, I'd like to move that we ratify the cancellation letter for withdrawal from the CTSI workers' compensation pool.
Second.
Motion in a second. For purposes of discussion, I just want to thank you, Carol Ann, for taking on this change and finding what seems like a much better option. Any other discussion?
No other.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now we are moving to Board of County Commissioners action items. The first item is, this is a public hearing. This is the second reading of ordinance number 19 and ordinance adopting short-term rental regulations. For members of the public who are here to offer public comment during the public hearing, the way we're going to conduct this is we are going to have the staff presentation. Commissioners will ask questions as they please during the presentation. We'll then go to public comment. And then we can comment, inspires further questions. Ask them and then deliberate. So, Amy, I believe I'm giving the floor to you, unless Brian, I'm giving the floor to you. Amy?
Or Peter.
Peter, do you have anything to start with?
Not yet. I'll read after you do your.
Okay. Our presentation is relatively brief this morning. This is sorry. We have presented on this ordinance multiple times before you today. This ordinance has been published in the paper, and briefly, I want to just go over what the changes that the changes that are contained in this ordinance. One of the main things that we've done in this ordinance is and made some changes to the primary resident permit program in order to make sure it meets the original intent of this program, which was to provide residents of Clear Creek County opportunities to monetize their home in a way that means that they are present in their home and that it does not destabilize neighborhoods. That means we've expanded the documents required to establish eligibility for the primary resident permit program, license program. This will also transition into a license program. So forgive me for using those words interchangeably. We are also establishing two types of the primary resident license to help ensure the licensees are held by the intent of the program. We're also strengthening and clarifying fire safety rules by eliminating open fires and outdoor cooking regardless of fuel type. We're increasing fees and aligning the duration of the license type, so both the primary resident and standard STR license types have the same term. And we are referencing and requiring a specific good neighbor guideline document to be used so that we have better methods of informing tenants and responsible agents of their responsibilities. Those are the primary changes that we are making in this with this update. And as I mentioned, we're also from this regulation wholly being contained and supported and authorized by zoning code and changing it to be authorized by an ordinance, which gives us a little bit more teeth in our ability to enforce the regulations that this program is supported by. And so that can better improve hopefully help us resolve the conflicts that sometimes SDR program introduces into neighborhoods and help us do a better job with that. Dave, do you have anything to add?
No, I think that sums it up very well.
Okay.
So I do have just a couple things to add. For the record, this ordinance was published in the Clear Creek Current and the Canyon Courier on November 19th for first reading. The ordinance was published in its entirety, and more than 10 days have passed prior to this hearing. There are some minor changes that we have to propose in today's ordinance. Those changes will be published in the paper for those just provisions. In terms of one immediate change is the effective date. Rather than make the effective date, I believe we had it at January 1st or 2nd. We would like it to become effective upon adoption. So one of the modifications will be to add language that will simply address the health, safety, and necessity aspects of this that justify an immediate approval and effective date. That is one change. I think, David, there might have been two other changes, which I'll bring up as we go through any public hearing. We will need public comment. Thank you.
Any questions before public comment?
No, thank you for the responsiveness to our comments, and I really appreciate it.
Can you remind me how we came to a 90-day limit for residential permits? Resident permits.
So there's two resident permits types available. There's going to be a primary resident seasonal and a primary resident occupied. So there's two license types available. The occupied, they're going to need to delineate the area of the home which they're going to reside. And if they're going to rent their home and not be present, then we're going to limit them to 90 days to continue with the intent of the program that they occupied their home 9 months out of the year.
And it's based on that requirement of what establishes residency, which means you occupy your home 9 months of the year. And so since that's the requirement for establishing residency, living in your home 9 months of the year, that means there's 90 days that you're allowed to not live in your home. And so that's the period of time where you would be allowed to rent out your entire home and still hold a primary resident permit.
And to be clear that 9 months out of the year is for the purpose of this ordinance, because there are
Yes.
other laws on the books for other purposes that will say 6 months plus a day or whatever. But for the purposes of this ordinance, to achieve the intent is that it remains as a full-time residence in one form or another. It's either a portion of the residence or it's a portion of the year. And
Right.
we're generally looking at about 3/4 of the year at least as being, then it's functionally performing its duty as providing habitation.
Right.
Habitation.
And the 9 months was one of the previous standards for what residency meant according to the primary resident permit. That existed under the standard of the permit. And so
Right.
we carried that forward
Right.
and thought about how to better enforce that.
And does a mechanism exist for one to move from one type of resident
Primary-
occupied to form to another?
Yes, they can venture from license type to license type. They could flip flop on an annual basis. They could change it in the middle of the year. We can always address that depending on the type of primary residence license they would like.
Thank you.
Does that open the door then for them to rent their home out in its entirety for 3 months of the year and then rent a portion of the home for the other 9 months?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would probably be something that they could change it annually.
I'm thinking of the unintended consequences of being able to flip flop back and forth, how you can.
And there might be some limitations on doing it mid-year, but on how many times they could do it in a given year, but generally, we don't want to be inflexible. Our goal is to make sure we are able to maintain the intent of this program and not be overly rigid. And so that would be the North Star for how we attempt to manage this program, is to make sure it's focused on the intent of the program, which is to provide this opportunity for residents in ways that are not disruptive or have negative consequences on neighborhoods, which is what we were seeing with the way the permit program was working.
I'm all for passing this today. I just want to make sure that we're passing something that we understand what we're passing when we pass it. That's all, that we're not saying sort of, but we don't know yet, that kind of thing, although things can always change.
Peter, maybe you can help provide some clarity here. I think you're getting an annual permit. So if a person wanted to do that, maybe halfway through the year, they would have to apply for a different permit, which technically they'd be eligible to apply for the other resident permit. They'd have to pay the application fee again, right? It'd be a brand new thing. Like, I'm just trying to game out how this would work.
That's correct.
And so right now, that is a possibility for somebody to,
Yes. There's no caps on primary resident permits. So if somebody applied for occupied primary resident permit and wanted to change to a seasonal, they could reapply. I think, we would have to just see how that worked,
And I think the
They
point
would
is
not be precluded from reapplying. I'm sorry.
flip-flopping back and forth. It's almost like getting to hold two permits. What we were discussing was, do they have the ability, if they can change mid-year, do they have the ability to rent their home out for 3 months and then swap out and rent a portion of their home for the other 9 months, in which case they're really, it's a de facto holding of two different kinds of permits by switching back and forth between them if they do that on an unregulated basis, let me say. If there's no regulation on how often they can do that and they can do it mid-year, then somebody can.
Right. So we do have provisions to adopt internal policies and procedures for the administration of this program. And if it does become an issue where somebody is attempting to abuse it and game the system, so to say, we can adopt policies and procedures to address that.
I have a question for David, actually, if will indulge me. David, we had talked a little bit about the ID and whether or not it need to be a Colorado ID, driver's license. We were referring at some point to, I believe that was a primary residence. You had indicated that one of those identifications did not need to be a Colorado state ID. Which were you referring to? Because I believe we need to make that modification, that edit.
So believe I was just referring to that, we delineated that they needed a Colorado driver's license, and then it was silent on the state ID.
Right.
So I wanted to identify the state ID and determine it to be a Colorado state ID.
Okay, so you'll see that for the board, it's in 6.2H1, where it currently says driver's license or Colorado state identification card. It actually should say Colorado driver's license or Colorado state identification. So we'll be making that edit.
I might suggest a friendly amendment or a request for something on final reading that could be established today, which would be, I mean, it would be pretty simple to say, you can't hold it for 3 months and then 9 months and then 3 months and then 9 months back and forth. And one really easy way to get around that is to say you could reapply to change that permit for a different permit once every 12 months. You could say it's upon your annual renewal date, but whenever that is, that you've got to hold it for at least 12 months before you relinquish one permit to go to the other kind of permit. But in any case, there needs to be a 12-month period between. And what that does is effectively it gives people the ability to change the nature of how they're using the house. But it precludes them from being able to do a seasonal swap out on what kind of permit they've got on a regular basis. And that's the main thing that we're, right or wrong, perceiving as potentially being abuse of the system.
It sounds like that falls under the procedures for implementing the ordinance.
As long as that's understood and at least it's memorialized in this meeting, that's the intent.
We can carry out that intent through administrative processes and procedures and
Okay.
make that happen.
All right.
Yeah.
Let the record show that that's what I was voting for.
Yeah, yeah.
You haven't had one.
Let's remember to discuss that when we're deliberating. Any other questions? And I've got it written down.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, let's do public comment. We're gonna go to the room first to give people on Zoom time to find their raise hand button. If you're on Zoom, find your raise hand button. If you're in the room and you wish to make a comment, please approach the podium, state your name, roughly where you live. You will have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Ken Nemi, 3 Chicago Creek Road, Idaho Springs. As far as the platforms that I use Airbnb and I use VRBO. And VRBO's deal is that whenever you rent on VRBO, you have the whole property and you won't have an owner in the back in a room or whatever. My home is set up where I can't remain in my home when I rent it. So I don't, and I've never, as far as I know, I've never broken any policy or rules that were set forth through STRs and whatnot. And I'm assuming that today you're going to have an answer as to the 90-day situation, which is my biggest problem. Financially, it'll be difficult for sure. And I don't do a whole lot of VRBO, but I do still stay on that platform. But I just want to make it clear that I won't be trying to work the system in any way to get anything that's not legit, and I never have. I'm gonna just leave it all to you, and I hope that today's final answer is the final answer, and if not, then maybe there's still an option to review the 90-day situation. I understand I'm well over it. David Danielson explained to me that I had 158 days rented and I still have another, I think, 8 days through Christmas until the end of the month, which is gonna push me up around way more than I thought I was renting, but again, because of the fact I've had to lower my price, it's made me rent out my house more days than I would wish to. But I don't have any other means of income to compare with what my home produces to enjoy my lifestyle of not working and skiing as much as I can, but thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Not seeing anybody else in the room?
Do you have one person online?
Heard this before. If you would, will you let me know when they're at that?
Yep, they're there and unmuted, so.
Please state your
Hi,
name, roughly
yep.
where you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Spencer Higby. I live in the Denver area. We also spend a lot of time in St. Mary's Glacier neighborhood. Are we just discussing the secondary or the primary resident permits right now, or are we going to discuss the changes to the absentee permits later on in this discussion?
The entire ordinance is up for discussion and you didn't come on. So if you could please restate your name and roughly where you live.
Oh yeah, sorry. Spencer Higby is my name and I live in the Denver area, but we have a residence in the St. Mary's Glacier neighborhood. So if the whole ordinance is under consideration, I know when we had originally gotten under contract, that the licenses were transferable and now it seems that that's going to be changed. Is there a reason behind that?
We don't engage in dialogue during public comment. We're here to hear your testimony about what you think we should do.
Absolutely. I think honestly, you know, the kind of market and the jobs that we bring to the area, and the kind of homes that are established in a lot of these neighborhoods that are very remote, it's hard for a lot of people to live in that area and make income in certain areas. So we've provided a bunch of jobs in that area. So I'm concerned that if the licenses are not transferable, a lot of those homes have been put, a lot of money, a lot of hard work has been put into those homes to build them to become excellent vacation homes for people traveling to the area to enjoy the downtown areas as well. And that's going to make it very difficult, I think, for sales purposes if those licenses aren't transferable. I also know that we have a couple clients that we manage for that have seller finance deals that they have under legal contract that, you know, once their seller finance contract expires, they're supposed to be obtaining a permit that comes with the house. And but this seems to hinder that, which would be kind of detrimental financially to some of our clients and the people that we work with. So I was wondering if that could be taken into consideration, or if there's some sort of grandfathered, some of the previous stuff can be grandfathered into those who are either under legal contract or currently operating their STRs in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And no more hands raised.
Okay. Other questions for staff? Pausing for a moment. I've got a couple.
Why don't you go for it?
How many people are on the waiting list right now?
Currently, it's about 19.
19 people on the waiting list. How, can you give me a sense for how long people tend to sit on that waiting list?
Quite a while. I think we're up to 1.5 or 2 years for our person that's been in line in the #1 spot.
I know we did the publication in the newspaper. Can you speak to any other public engagement notification of stakeholders that's occurred during this time? I know we brought it up during town halls and, you know, I've certainly been very public about it, but.
Right, so we've provided the short-term rental forum, which has been up and available through the county website for about 6 months to 2 years, I believe. We've provided additional communications from staff to short-term rental license holders. To the community at large, staff hasn't provided any other communications other than through the forum and through the public notice and the Board of County Commission meetings that I'm aware of.
It was also in the newsletter
It
too.
was in the news.
Yep, which
Thank
was
you.
about 2 weeks ago.
But yeah, that was a direct email to the license holders and responsible agents
When did that occur?
about 2 weeks ago
Yes.
with a copy of the ordinance and an email just announcing the changes.
That's all from me.
I think the fact that we have a 1.5 year waiting list right now is kind of like potential energy or latent demand. And it's a pretty good indicator, intuitive indicator of what can happen to our housing stock without this kind of regulation, without this kind of diligence in trying to continue to improve it. If there's enough people hanging around for a 1.5 year waiting list to get on it, then it's something that's desirable to do. And I can understand people's desire to be able to buy housing in this market, and then needing an economic mechanism to be able to afford to do it. But without living in it or functionally, actually de facto living in it, it's definitely an intrusion on the availability of housing in our market. And I know I've heard the argument before that we've got such a long waiting list and we need to make, or we've hit the cap, it's time to increase the cap. Well, there wouldn't be any reason to have a cap if that weren't true. And I think that there is, and it's evidenced by the fact that we got a 1.5 year waiting list. So I am pretty supportive of it as to the state that we brought it right now. It's like all laws, a living document. It can always be changed, but I'm good with it for now.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Good. I'll defer to you unless you'd rather hear from me first.
Yeah, go.
I support the rules as well. I think that 90 days feels like reasonable policy. I know that as I'm going to say this and then I'm going to have to explain it. So I'm just going to explain it first. I am a former short-term rental operator. If anybody's listening and thinks that means I have a conflict of interest, there's a little bit of history here. My conflict of interest was eliminated when I made a promise to the Colorado Ethics Commission that I would not operate a short-term rental at any point in my life. And so I don't have a conflict of interest. I did learn some things when I was doing that. I did the occupied home rental thing. And I think while I was doing that, I both did the I'm gonna leave my home when it's occupied. And I did I have a place in my home that I'm gonna go hide in. I shouldn't use that language, but I'm gonna go exist in. In both of those cases, I think I probably hit more than 90 days. And I think I benefited a lot from the economic opportunity that provided me. So I kind of bring that experience here. I'm not super happy, and I think over the long term, a days limit is not the right policy approach to figure out when someone's actually a resident or not. I mean, I've said in the past I can live with this, and I'm not going to ask the board to change the days approach now. As you know, if this comes back up during my time in office, I'm going to try to focus a little bit more on other approaches to documentation, other approaches to figuring this out. I know that we have a problem with this being abused. So like my perspective is really kind of like a one of change management, right? We've got operators who, it's December 17th. We've got operators who found out 2 weeks ago that this change was coming.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to be the kind of policymaker, I'd like this body to be the kind of policymaking body that gives people more time than that to adjust their plans.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of how I'm coming at this from a perspective of I can live within the long run a 90-day limit. There are a couple of options if what we want to do is treat the people who entered into these permits in good faith under the rules that existed at the time. With, you know, well, I'll just say as well as possible. How about that? The options I can think of are to do a glide instead of an abrupt change and say that we're gonna have a different day limit in 2025. And then the day limit in 2026 we'll get to. The other option, and I'm just like thinking about options, I think I prefer the former, but the other option would be to increase the one-time increase of the, and Randy, I totally understand the slippery slope, and that's, I agree with it. I think that's why I don't prefer this option, but I can think of it, is that we increase the absentee permit limit from 4.5% to 5%, adding that 0.5% is roughly 20 units. That would create some space for anybody that, say, 3 years ago decided, I'm gonna get a resident permit, because guess what, I live here, when they really could have gone and got the unoccupied permit, the absentee permit, and it would have been a more valuable permit to them. An opportunity to come get in. So those are the two options that I see. Maybe there's other options, maybe there's not will for this on the board, but that's kind of where I'm approaching this piece of this.
I think there's a third option that can work, and it's very much like what you do with things like, it's kind of it's not the same as, but it's similar to what you do with like building permits. We change our code all the time. The date you got your building permit, the code that's in effect when you got your building permit is the code that project lives in until it gets a certificate of occupancy. You don't change the code and make permits that are in place have to change their operations, because the finances, the economics of that project, everything are based on the terms under which you were given the permit. And I think another way that this could be managed, without raising the cap or anything like that, is to simply say, people that have a permit that's good for a year operate under the terms of that permit for that, the rules that were in place when they got the permit for that year. Because it's a permit that expires and it does so on an annual basis. And so, I mean, it's not terribly hard to say, this was the rule that we had, and these people got this permit. And what that does is it kind of softens the blows so that if they have contracted, for example, services and stuff like that, if they've worked with VRBO, if they have bookings that are out beyond 2 weeks or something like that, which is very common, that they're able to, and I realize there's difficulty with trying to manage two things, but it's not a lot different than what you do with a building permit. Person gets a building permit. You don't change the code and then change the terms of a permit they've already got. I think that's the case here, is we're changing midstream in the middle of a 1-year permit. We're changing the rules under which they operate.
So we're actually not doing that. The permits that expire 12/31 are the ones that would be subject to ordinance.
So everything expires on 12/31?
Yeah. The primary resident permits that have a 2-year term that are not expiring on 12/31/2024 are going to continue under the terms of their original permit. So we're not, so they would continue.
I thought we were deviating from that when you were talking about allowing people to change their permit stream during the year at any point.
No, if you have a 2-year permit that does not expire until 12/31/2025, you'll continue under the terms of that permit.
Okay.
So that's only, but about half of the primary resident permits expire on 12/31/2024.
Okay.
So those that expire would be subject to licenses. I also failed to mention that we are extending the application period to 1/31/2024. So people are not going to have too abrupt of a start, and we are giving people 90 days to comply, to bring, if they have to make changes to their listings, to whatever they have to do, if they're a primary permit holder and have to make some changes, they have 90 days to bring their particular scene into compliance. So we are cognizant of not trying to, of some glide in the way we are trying to implement this. And because I think that's fair and realistic, and it also assists us with implementation and creating a more gradation in the expiration dates of the permits.
All right, thank you for letting me ask that poorly informed question
Licenses.
so that we could better inform the public about how this thing's.
Yeah, so
Is there anything that prevents an individual from renewing his residential permit early, like in the next 2 weeks?
No.
And then it would have a 12-month term?
So
Yeah, but
what was that again? Can you restate that
You mean-
question? Renew it early to be
renewing.
in before.
If they renewed it this month, would it have a 12-month term?
but they'd be renewed, but
Under the old rules.
Mm-hmm.
it becomes effective
Oh.
today upon ratification. The new rules and regulations, so that doesn't change there.
Well, we are not currently accepting new applications. Ironically, it's mostly because of our, we don't have the interface ready for accepting new applications at the moment.
And the new rules would go into effect today based on what Peter said a minute ago anyway, that they go into effect immediately. Not
Adopt-
on January the first. So that doesn't, if I'm
Thank you
reading
for
it
that
right,
clarification.
yeah.
What I'm not hearing is that like a rejection to trying to find a solution here. What I'm hearing from you, Randy, is increasing the cap is probably not a good idea. I totally get that. I think I agree with it. I could argue either way, but I'm glad you had an opinion just so we can move forward.
Right. I'm in the same place. It's my gut feel. It
You
doesn't
brought
feel
up
right.
basically delay this change to the resident permit, the whole thing by 1 year. I think maybe an in between is really just to increase the day limit on the seasonal permit to 120 days in 2025. So that if you had a resident permit and you rented, we have an example of somebody that did 160 days and they're saying their business is gonna be their opportunity to earn is gonna be cut by 40% in a year with no opportunity to plan. We can say, you know what, we're gonna at least allow a 12-month period where that is staggered, that impact is staggered. By the end of 2025, we're down to 90 days, we're where we want to be, right? But right now, we're giving people a year to figure out how to adjust their circumstances in response to this change. And I don't know, how do you feel about that? That feels like the cleanest way to do this to me.
As long as we codify that it's reducing back down, I think so. The 90 days feels, for the purposes, for the intent of what we're trying to do with short-term rental regulations, I like the 90 days. But I also understand letting somebody who has a business plan at least have a little bit of thin pillow to land on when they hit the ground, We're gonna put a date.
Well, you
But
could-
I
you
don't
could
know
have
what-
people that
I don't know
have
what-
already booked 2025 on the 90-day limit as well.
Yeah. Really good point. Almost certainly have that.
And for 2025, maybe a hardship that can be presented to staff that can be brought on an individual basis, like you get a variance for anything because of, what that does is it could create a stampede of bookings in order to create that perception. I mean, there's always unintended consequences, but of leniency.
So you're saying that we would basically be saying 8 months a year is enough time to live in Clear Creek County for residents?
No, we'd be saying that 9 months is enough time, but we recognize that the change in regulation is creating hardship on people who may have already booked their place
Okay,
temporarily for 1 year because we're changing the rules.
Just
And we're
change.
changing the rules to reflect that we believe 90 days is the right amount.
Okay.
9 months of the year.
So we're talking about 1 year where the limit is, year one, the limit is 120, year two, the limit is 90, and every year after that, the limit is 90. Until some other board comes in with a better idea.
okay.
Yeah, right, which could be in 2 weeks.
Are there implementation challenges we should be aware of if we do that?
Probably. Hard to think of that right now. But we're smart.
How would that work with the adoption of the ordinance there, Peter? Is
Well,
that
that
something-
is a question. Which section are we looking to modify?
I think there's more than one probably.
What I was thinking for the purpose of giving staff a little bit of time to come up with some alternate language is we can move on to other topics of interest. If we think that this is what we want to do and ask staff to draft a sentence. It's 3.3 primary resident seasonal STR license near the bottom of page 4.
Okay.
Does the board think this is reasonable policy? If we do, we can ask staff to work on that language and then we can move on to other topics of interest for a minute. And give us time to make sure it's tight.
Perhaps we could address this, Peter, by adding a section to section 3 that says in year 1.
I think what George was suggesting is that we table
Oh, okay.
this discussion, move on to another matter, allow staff some time and then reconvene this discussion.
We could do that. I was actually thinking that.
Yeah.
that we just, I don't know if there are other elements of this ordinance that you wish to discuss.
I think that's the only one that's on my radar right now, which would be to allow a grace period of 1 year that would have a 120 day, that the 90 days would be 120 days for 1 year. And then on January the 1st, 2026, it would become 90 days. So it'd be 120 days for 2025, 90 days for 2024. That's the only change I'm thinking about right now. And I think and the purpose, again, is to allow people time to react who have already had bookings and give them a little more of a cushion to be able to not be economically distressed by having to renege on bookings that they've already made. Because people book out a ways in advance. Okay.
Anything else regarding this ordinance? Because then we can just take a motion to table it and bring it back when staff has language. I do want to just mention the transferable license, but anything else from others of anything else in this ordinance that we want to discuss?
I just want to observe that the protections for the general community that are included in the new ordinance, I think are really important. And we heard from lots of citizens that they felt these changes would benefit them. And they appreciated the work staff did in getting it done.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand, when we say table, we mean table it for a brief period today and revisit it later today.
Correct. And Peter's going to help us get that motion right.
Okay.
Yeah. Not
Sorry,
trying.
I was just panicking.
No, that's a good reason to panic. I think we're trying to land the plane. We've been talking about this for over a year. We've been talking about this since the legislation was authorized that lets us regulate the platforms, which I'm really excited to do. I want to talk about section 4B. This is the 4.1B, I guess, middle of page 5, red line. This is the approach to trying to prevent concentration of short-term rentals. When it says shall not adjoin another standard STR property directly, does this literally have to be an overlapping mining claim?
No.
This is regarding the property boundaries. Imagine sorry for the bad demonstration. So this is your platted piece of property. Any of these adjoining properties beyond that property line would not be eligible to have a standard STR permit, along with any properties that are across a common roadway.
What about a situation which is common in this county where you don't have any adjoining neighbors because you're on a mining claim and the next mining claim is 100 yards away?
So it wouldn't be.
There's nothing adjacent?
I mean, most of the mining claims in Clear Creek County either have a mining claim overlapping them that doesn't have a home on it, or they are only adjoined by the forest, the national forest.
So that wouldn't be applicable to them because they wouldn't have an adjoining property that was a standard STR license.
Okay.
And so I think that's the point, is that it depends, and maybe mining claims aren't the perfect example. There are other kinds of properties in which you could still have, if they were a different, more traditional type of layout on property, one property can be surrounded by 3 or 4 properties, which may not adjoin each other, but which surround this one property. So somebody can be ringed by STRs. And I think and I don't know if this is a case with adjoining properties or not, but I'm thinking about Upper Witter Gulch is an example right
Yeah.
now, where we've had somebody say, I'm the last, there were two people left up there with multiple properties around them.
Right.
And I don't know that those properties have joined each other, but they turned into a total STR neighborhood. And then one person threw their hands in the air and put their property up for sale, which has left one person alone up there, and everything around them is STRs. And that's the kind of density that we were seeking to address. That's what that case, I think, is what really drove this.
Right.
Yeah.
And that would be protected by this rule.
Well, not the
Only
Witter
if they
Gulch
join
scenario,
properties, yeah.
because there's, I mean,
Are
if you go to,
they're not adjacent properties?
no, I don't think so. If you go to Clear Maps, you'll see almost all of the properties in Clear Creek County do not adjoin another private property with a home on it.
It doesn't,
They're inside, they're in holdings in the national forest.
in this Witter Gulch neighborhood?
In this Witter Gulch neighborhood and most of the neighborhoods that are in unincorporated Clear Creek County.
Oh, well, I guess we were looking at the STR dashboard and it appeared that this might be effective based
Yeah.
on that view.
Let me say this. I want to point out this shortcoming in this policy approach. And I don't think that I want to delay passage of the ordinance in order for us to come up with a better one.
Yeah,
Maybe I want to ask staff to continue to think about this and maybe,
yeah,
we can open this ordinance back up at any time and make
Mhm.
improvements. Like this doesn't have to be perfect to receive my support today,
yeah.
but I want to observe that as I think a challenge with this.
Just a little feedback on the difficulty of applying this or drafting a regulation for this particular idea. We did attempt to do a distance, and then we've attempted to provide a ratio of homes in a certain area based on the occupiable homes in an area, and it varies wildly just because of how different the county is and the geography, and certain areas where we have one home on a parcel, then the adjacent surrounding 100 homes might expand into a 10-mile area or something like this. So that's where we decided, where staff recommends that the adjoining properties be precluded from that STR license. So that way, any properties that are occupied and attaching that property will provide at least some distance and some relief to adjacent property owners for very dense STR standard license types.
This is the best approach that's been come up with yet. I'm sure if we want to decide to break our brains on it, we can continue to improve it in the future.
Yeah.
I would observe that there are some areas of the county with large lots where adjacent properties are actually in different neighborhoods. They could be separated by, this is not an exaggeration, miles of road and be adjacent. I don't want to
Right.
make any changes here, but that's something that you may hear about in the future.
Yeah,
I think what's just illustrated is that there's I don't want to say the weakness to it. I don't want to cast aspersions. It's one way to skin the cat, and it's not a bad one to have done. I just think we've just illustrated cases where it can still allow a much higher level of density than our intent was, or restrict somebody from something that's a much lesser level of density without meaning to do either one.
Yeah.
So it just means that this might be, and the third thing I was thinking of, which is when it comes time for renewal of permits, if we have existing properties who are renewing their annual permit that are adjacent to each other right now, somebody's gonna have to play Solomon here.
So that is prevented from, if you already have an absentee standard STR license and you're adjacent to an STR license, you're still going to be able to renew
Yeah.
that. So this is only going to affect,
Grandfathered.
yeah, you're grandfathered in. So this is only going to affect new applications.
Yeah.
Right.
Wanted to bring that up and just see, we can keep thinking about it.
It may be a place that can be improved on in the future, maybe.
Yeah. No one has brought up the transferable license piece. I know we've expressed support for that in the past. Because it was brought up in public comment, I just want to describe the rationale. When you allow licenses to be transferable, what you're doing is fueling speculation on values. And I don't think it's appropriate. It wasn't, I don't think, the intent of this board when the last regulations were passed either. And it was a matter of maybe not getting the rules right, but I do support making licenses non-transferable.
Same,
Agreed.
same reasons.
Anything else?
If you're gonna do that, I think you may as well rezone them as commercial.
Yeah. People can always seek to know. Okay, so then if we don't have anything else to discuss, I think what our intent to do, and Peter, help me get this right, help us get this right. Are we tabling this or are we?
I would just recommend a motion to continue this to later in the afternoon.
Okay.
And then we will resume the public hearing relating to this ordinance.
Okay, so the direction of staff is to do a 120-day limit next year, write that into this rule so that when we're ready to pass it, it's got that 120 days in the year of 2026 and 2025 and 90 days, all of the years thereafter.
Yes, I've made a modification that I'll discuss with staff. Hopefully we'll have a 10-minute break at some point that I can go through that with them.
Okay.
That can be anything.
So the proper motion would be to continue until later today.
Yeah, I would say after our lunch break.
Optimist.
I'd welcome that motion.
Yeah, I move we table this and
Still continue.
Continue it.
Continue this discussion until
Later today.
until our attorney and staff are completed with their changes
I second that.
Motion in a second.
today, excuse me, until later today they've done it. So,
I still second that.
Motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Big thanks to staff. It's been a big lift. It's amazing how quickly things can go when you got the right people in the seats and David, I'm talking about you.
It's not only me, it's the entire planning and building services team, and it's also Peter and Amy here. It's a very large team effort, believe it or not.
Awesome.
But mostly David.
Well, they
Yes.
all they needed was a little more support. The next thing on the agenda, this is also a public hearing. We're here to consider approval of resolution number 24-82, resolution by the Board of County Commissioners, County of Clear Creek for the adoption of the 2021 International Code Series to include the building, residential, plumbing, mechanical, energy, conservation, fuel, gas, existing building, swimming pool, and spa codes for the unincorporated area of Clear Creek County. This is a public hearing. Peter, would you like to describe how it's been posted now?
Sure. It was published in the paper as required by statute, and notice was published. We don't have to go to specific dates on this type of hearing.
The way we're going to conduct this hearing is we're going to hear the staff presentation. Commissioners can ask questions during or immediately after that. And then we will do public comment that may inspire further questions, and then staff will enter into deliberations, or staff, the board will enter into deliberations. I think I'm handing the floor to Amy. Are you starting us off?
Sure. This is a public hearing to discuss a series of proposed building code amendments and some code adoptions that the lovely Dave Danielson has prepared for us. And we have presented this to you twice before, at least. And we've also discussed this several times in relation to some of the expansions of building department services that we've discussed also a couple of times. In your packet, we have a list of the changes to the code series that make it a little bit more convenient to navigate the changes. And also, just for your reference, Dave and I did prepare one memo that covers the code amendments that this hearing is addressing. And then we also have in the same memo, we're addressing a couple of other items that will be discussed later regarding contractor licensing program and fees. So it is all that that was how we prepared the information for you. So I just want to help you navigate that information. But basically we're proposing the adoption of the existing building code, the swimming pool and spa code, and then a variety of code amendments. Dave, I don't know if you want to characterize those code amendments or anything else that I just said.
No, basically, we adjust some of the administrative provisions of the code to support the unified building code approach. We have altered a little bit of the design criteria for that as well. Some of the changes to the building code also include the Appendix X for Stoystrepes requirements, and we've attached 2 exhibits to that as well.
Are our municipal partners making good headway and making this change also?
Well, we've made a couple of adaptations to the process for expanding the building department for really just for expediency. And we are opting to start with preparing the IGA rather than having them adapt building code first. So they're not making good headway in adopting building codes right now.
We don't expect them to.
We don't expect them to. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
First things first.
and we're going with starting the IGA first and getting that over the line so we can, we think that'll make it faster. Dave and I realized, or Dave realized we don't need to actually get them all on the same codes for us to be able to start providing services for them. So
Do you have a general feel that they should all be on the same code?
they do.
And it's just a
Oh,
matter,
yes.
we just haven't got that done yet.
Yeah, it's just it's a bit of a convoluted process for them. So if we can get everybody signed on to an IGA agreeing to how we're going to do this and that we're going to do this, which and people are in agreement about it, but
So adopt this chunk and this chunk and this chunk, and those are all big decisions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess if we end up having to enforce a bunch of different codes, we can have a discussion about what that might cost. in
Been
the
doing it.
future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been doing it for a while. We're
Yeah.
moving out of it.
So currently, we're enforcing the 2018 and the 2021. I believe it's Idaho Springs, Georgetown. I can't remember which one is on the 2015 version. I'm well versed in most all those codes as well as our inspector is. There's minor updates and changes to the code as it goes, so I don't think it would be burdensome for the county to enforce all codes.
I think, I mean, it kind of went off like a flash of light there that, oh yeah, get in an IGA, and then within the confines of the IGA has the authority and the recommendations back to its individual members to adopt its. So you got to have the IGA in place, come together with the IGA, collaborate within that context, and then take that back and have that ratified by each of the communities. And we're not talking about forever to get it done either. We're talking about moving on with this thing, hopefully.
right, we want
Within the year.
to
get it done.
chop. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think waiting on, instead of requiring that everything gets codified with one move in an IGA somewhere it's that old thing about if you wait till you can do everything before you can do anything, you won't ever do anything.
Right, right.
Because you'll just never get there.
Right.
Other questions about this policy?
No.
I don't have any either. I know we've discussed this several times. I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Is there a member of the public that wishes to make a comment? If you're on Zoom, please click the raise hand button. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. Seeing none in the room, I'm just gonna hold it open for 30 seconds for someone to find their Zoom button. Cut the tension. I'm gonna refill my coffee. Anybody want some coffee?
Not seeing anyone, yeah.
Okay, we'll close public comment. No other questions, I assume. Let's do deliberations. Thoughts on this?
I support the resolution.
Yeah,
Me too. Welcome. Oh, go
it-
ahead.
looks like a real comprehensive list. You can't think of anything that we've left out due to difficulty or anything else right now.
There's something in there, I'm sure, but we'll address that later.
I mean, but no macro pieces, no pieces of code anywhere that you're excluding for any reason.
Oh, on our inclusive list there?
Right.
I do not believe so. I believe that is every change that we've tracked and changed.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, welcome to the motion. I support the resolution as well.
I move we approve resolution 24-82 for the adoption of the 2021 International Code Series.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again, thank you to staff.
Thanks.
Excellent to have a great team here.
Very good.
Gentlemen, should we keep moving or I could use a bio break? Anybody else feel the need?
Are we? What did you say? I'm sorry.
I was asking if we should take a bio break before we keep moving.
And I was just also, Mr. Chair, noting the order of agenda items. I don't know if it would make sense to,
I was thinking the same thing. Put site development after the other two.
yeah,
Yeah,
Just because you're already sitting here.
yeah,
we don't want to make anybody have to walk.
extra steps, yeah,
It's bad for your health.
right.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. When we get back, we'll take up item number 4.
And this gives Story the opportunity to sit there with a relaxed look on his face, smile.
We are reconvening the Board of County Commissioners after a brief recess. To take up item number 3 of Board of County Commissioners action items, consideration of approval of resolution number 24-83, resolution to revise the site development department permit fee schedules. I have Stoy Streepy here, so you have the floor.
Thank you. I am joined here with Dustin Burleson. He is our engineering technician who administers the site development department regulations and permits. And we're here today to present you some proposed fee increases to the site development department's fee schedule. The fees for the site development department were last updated in 2020 just to add a couple of additional permits to the fee schedule. And the permit fees were last increased in 2019. So it's been some time since we last evaluated our fee schedule. And along with the other permitting departments, we would like going forward to do that on a more of an annual basis, that we kind of look at those each year to make sure that that they're meeting the needs of the department there and properly accounting for the cost of our permitting processes. For the proposed fee increases, this time we are adding a couple of additional permits, which we've discussed with the board previously through work sessions and the adoption of the roadway design and construction manual. You'll see that there's a few new items that are being added to our fee schedule. One is this road construction permit, and that is one that we're transferring the administrative responsibilities of that road construction permit from the road and bridge department to site development. So just need to add a fee in for that particular permit to the fee schedule. We are proposing to add fees for performance guarantees. And performance guarantees, are used in a variety of forms. In some cases, in all cases, to ensure that the work being permitted is done in accordance with the approved plans and the county's standards and regulations. We broke that out into two different areas. The vast majority of performance guarantees that we see through site development are less than $5,000. They're usually on the order of $1,000 to $1,500, and typically are used to allow for people to close out their permits during the winter months when either the work can't be performed or cannot be inspected due to winter conditions. Typically just final grading and revegetation and some site cleanup items are the cases where this is most often used. For those cases less than $5,000, the administrative fee would be $350. And then for those larger cases that come into play typically through larger developments, which we don't see very many of, but something like the development of a subdivision or something like that, where it's a pretty extensive project and they have requirements to construct infrastructure, whether it's utility lines or roads or water quality controls, whatever that may be. So that's where we would see those larger performance guarantees come into play. The other addition that we had is this appeal fee. We previously had a fee for the deviation process to allow deviations from the grading and excavation regulations. And we are including, that same deviation, administrative deviation process and deviations to the driveway standards. And for the general deviation administrative fee that will remain the same, and we've just included the appeal fee that would come into play if the applicant or the requester of the deviation would want to appeal the staff decision to the Board of County Commissioners. In other areas, we've just increased the permit fee for the driveway permits and the grading and excavation permits. We've increased the renewal and transfer fees from 25% to 50%. And then we have removed fees for defensible space and fire breaks and defensible space thinning. That process and permits are now being administered through the building department directly. So site development department is no longer administering those particular permits, and we have no need to include the fees in our fee schedule. Down at the bottom, you'll see a lot of red lines in our proposed recommendations there. Most of that is striking out and removing some language that gave some guidance to allow for charging applicants for outside consulting permit services. This is something we utilized back, I think approximately from 2016 to 2019 era. We used an outside consultant for some of the site development department fee permit processes. Since that time, we haven't utilized any consultants and don't see a need to in the future. And then the only other addition there below the actual fees is this language that we've inserted for a reinspection fee of $200. The intention of this is really in those circumstances where a permit holder would call us out for an inspection without having performed any of the work that they're requesting an inspection for. Expect to use that rarely, but it's want to use that for incentive to not have people, call a staff member all the way across the county to perform an inspection where they actually are knowingly haven't completed the work that they're asking to be inspected.
Okay.
And that's the general summary of the changes that we're proposing here. And Dustin and I are here to answer any questions about our process and proposed fees here.
This is not an area that changed, but it's just a area of curiosity for me. Retaining wall permits, is that the same fee for both engineered and non-engineered retaining walls?
So non-engineered retaining walls that we've defined as, and you're called often referred to as like a landscape wall, and we've defined that as being less than 4 feet and not carrying any significant surcharge loads like a road or driveway or a tall slope above it or something like that. Those retaining walls that are less than 4 feet do not require any particular permitting.
Okay. So this would only be an engineered wall.
That's correct.
And this is for reviewing the engineered plans and then inspecting afterwards, and which you're normally going to require an engineer to look at too, the engineer that permitted it, I presume. Is that true?
It does, yeah. So it just administrates that whole process, or the fee is for the administration of that process, which it can be tied to a grading and excavation permit for larger projects. In some cases, because we don't require grading and excavation permits for smaller projects, sometimes they'll just build a small retaining wall that is required to be engineered, but doesn't meet that threshold of requiring a grading and excavation permit. So it just covers the administration process of reviewing the documents, as you stated there, from the engineer, and then we account for several inspections on that, just the initial and to do our own post-construction inspection, and then review the certification from that design engineer after it's been constructed.
Okay, thanks.
It sounds like there are 3 different levels of grading or excavation, where there's no fee, there's a moderate fee and a larger fee. Can you just try to educate me on what the difference between those 3 are?
Certainly. Here in Clear Creek County, we have for some time now determined those permit thresholds based on the area of surface disturbance. And so for disturbance of 800 square feet or less, it doesn't require any kind of permitting at all. And then beyond 800 square feet, I don't have it off the top of my head, but then it goes to the next level of threshold where we have this minor grading and excavation permit that is intended to account for small home additions and some guidance that we've got in there for a footprint of an addition. If they are between 400 and 800 square feet of addition footprint, then that falls within that minor grading permit territory. And there's a couple conditions. One of the big conditions associated with that for a major grading permit, we do require that they bring their driveway into compliance with the current standards. And so that's a big distinguishment between the two, the minor and major grading excavation permit. And we created the minor grading permit there to allow for these small home additions and smaller grading projects to be able to do that without having to bring the entire property or specifically the driveway into compliance with our current standards. And then we wanted some threshold, and we created that at this certain disturbance threshold that's meant to cover large home additions, addition of a vehicular garage, and in cases of that nature where they are required to bring their driveway into compliance. And we just wanted some trigger for the really essentially the redevelopment of some of these properties to bring some of these non-compliant driveways up to our current standards.
Thank you.
Looks like you're proposing around a 10% increase. Last time we increased fees was 2020. I think we've executed a COLA increase every year of 3%. So I can think that sounds like a 12% increase in our costs. Are you confident that we're covering our costs here?
We're not. In some years, we may not. And it really depends on how much development is happening and how many permits are being pulled. Regardless of what the price we put on individual permits, it's going to be subject to how many permits are being pulled. And we've seen a pretty large fluctuation here in the past 4 or 5 years, especially with COVID. And we saw a big influx of permit applications, around 2021 and that time. And since that time, it's kind of fallen off to a great extent, and it's now starting to climb back up again. So it's really been hard for us to gauge and really understand how many permits that we would expect to receive in 2025 or future years. That being said, I think that our permit fees are appropriate for our administrative services there. There may be some times that we don't completely recover all of the costs associated with the site development department. But I think with the addition of the road construction permit and the performance guarantees, it'll get us a lot closer to kind of being net neutral for the department.
I know that we have a policy now of reviewing fees every year. I welcome that policy. As we think about this next year, I'm willing to support this today. As we think about this next year, I'd love to have some information. And I don't know that permits, obviously they don't need to pay 100% of your salary. You do a whole lot beyond this, but I'd like to be more confident that when someone applies for a driveway permit, that they're paying for the cost of your effort.
And to be clear, my salary is not paid from the site development department. And I do support that department in a few ways. But the primary cost is for the engineering technician position there. And so it's not a big department and has a lot of big expenses. But still, even with it being run very efficiently and not having a lot of expenses, sometimes we just don't see the number of permits that would be required to fully support it.
I get that. Thank you. That's all for me. Okay, so deliberations, I'm going to support this, you two.
I am.
Welcome to the motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve resolution 24-83, a resolution to revise the site development department permit fee schedules.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, we have David. Sorry about your legs. Consideration of approval of resolution number 24-93 to establish the contractor licensing fee schedule. Sure. Funny, I'm really not.
But it was funny.
I was thinking, and now back over the ropes into the ring comes the Masked Avenger and Angel of Mercy or something. I don't know. It's tag team pro wrestling. So
They're gonna cover number 4 and number 5 at the same time.
For 5 and
And I,
6.
5 and
5 and
6.
6, and
Well, it's really number 4 and 5, but we started with 2.
Oh, okay.
2 is
5, but I think in the end, you're gonna want to consider number 5 before you consider the fees.
Okay. Well, then let's just take up number 5.
Okay. Yeah, we are here today to talk about our contractor licensing program. And we have presented to you on this before in a work session, and you had some feedback for us on this program. The contractor licensing program is a program that is a new program for Clear Creek County. It's a program that asks licensed contractors to be licensed, and we issue the licenses. We create requirements for what a contractor needs to have. They have to have certain credentials, certain level of experience, and we have different levels of licenses. You had some comments for us when we presented this program to you about perhaps it being a little bit, the threshold maybe being a little bit too high, and it could be, it could create barriers to entry or be unduly limiting to existing businesses. So we created, we made some adaptations to that is presented in a document called the List of Changes. I'm gonna ask Dave to discuss some of those changes that we made that modified it in response to your direction.
Yes, so we've made 7 specific changes to the contractor licensing program, 5 of which were directly from the Board of County Commissioners. One was to align ourselves better with other jurisdictions and how they outline their licenses. The 2 that to align ourselves with the other jurisdictions are Class D and E licenses. We just swapped those around for the type of licenses those are. So the Class D will now be the miscellaneous contractor. The Class E is changed to a mechanical contractor. So that aligns with other jurisdictions. The experience requirements for contractor licensing has broadly been reduced. The education experience has been provided a credit for those with an Associate's of Applied Science or technology degree in a related field. We've reduced the required of education hours to move from a probationary license to a full regular license. And we did clarify in section 3.10, item 5, that reciprocity will be honored, but you still need to provide the minimum insurance requirements. And that covers all of our changes for the contractor licenses.
I want to note the list of changes was not in the packet, so thank you for going through it.
It was in with the
It's-
schedule.
It's in with the schedule. That's my fault.
There was a list. It didn't say, it didn't get into how they changed. It just said they changed in the list that I saw. But anyway.
So any additional questions or comments about those? I can touch base on the experience requirement changes if you would like. The Class A contractor license has been reduced from a 15-year requirement down to a 10-year requirement. The Class B license has been reduced from a 10 to a 5. C, D, and M type licenses have been reduced to 2 years of experience.
In the construction field.
In the construction field, yes.
Right, okay. I think that's reasonable. I mean, it's a little on the lenient side, but I'm also recognizing the market we're in and the number of people that are enabled to get in there. And within 2 years, somebody who is showing an ambition to do good work. I mean, you can be there 15 years and not have an ambition to do good work. And then you can be there for a year and have an ambition to do really good work and be ready to perform some pretty valuable services to people. So
Right.
2 years is pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Still comes down to let the buyer beware too, because you can only certify so much, you know.
Other questions for staff?
None.
Okay, for deliberations, I did just reach out to some people that I know who do work in Clear Creek County and I got a variety of opinions, all of them in support at some level of this program, some caution for the specific requirements and hearing about the probationary license and the requirements in it made them not these proposed ones, but the former ones.
Yeah.
Everybody was in support by the end of the conversation with several contractors saying what Randy had said. So I want to validate that, Randy, that this is gonna keep people who don't want to do quality work from underbidding us because they know they're not gonna do quality work.
Right.
So I support this. Anything else?
Well, I appreciate, again, as in another session, I appreciate your responsiveness to our requests and hearing that.
Right, then I'd like to move, we approve resolution 24-91 to establish the contractor licensing program.
Second,
Second, sorry.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Now we're here to discuss item number 4, which is resolution 2493 to establish the contractor licensing fee schedule. Amy.
Yes.
Sorry.
And yeah, this again, there's not a whole lot to discuss here. This is the fee schedule that's associated with this program to support it. It has a variety of elements, you know, I mean, I don't know, Dave, do you want to talk about this with any specificity?
If you compare this contractor licensing fee schedule to adjacent counties, it will be a little bit higher than our neighboring counties. Those contractor licensing fee schedules haven't been adjusted for a number of years, and those contractor licensing programs act more as registrations than they do licensure. So there are some additional steps and provisions that our county staff is taking on that justify the higher cost compared to our neighboring county.
Questions?
Refresh my memory on how long the license is good for.
License will be valid for 1 year.
Okay.
The application review is only due upon the initial licensure. Then their annual contractor license renewal fee will be due every year thereafter at the rate of $200 per year.
Unless they're upping the license, in which case they're applying for a new license anyways.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So year 1, it's 350. Years thereafter, it's 200.
Yes.
If you want to appeal, it's 400. Renewal is 3.
So I have one question, and doesn't take at all issue with this. It's nothing about a change or anything, but just your level of comfort. I know there was a period of time during which we, I say we, I mean, I don't want to say the licensure and inspection industry and the construction industry in general was in a place where we licensed contractors in maybe a majority of places, maybe not. And by licensing, there's an implication of having given us a stamp of approval because they went through your process to get license. And then there were, because I went through in places where all of a sudden I had to test for it, and then all of a sudden they got rid of the tests and all that stuff and said that because of liability, they can't take responsibility for the work of the contractor because apparently jurisdictions, cities, counties, whomever were getting sued for having issued a license, which was a stamp of approval to show what the performance is that someone could expect from this contractor. And lots of people can get contractor licenses and not be good builders, either by intent or omission. And so there was a liability aspect to licensing contractors. And now it's really gone back the other direction again, where people are licensing contractors. So what's happened on the books or somewhere that helps indemnify counties like ours from enduring the burden of having licensed somebody, because people can get licensed that won't do a good job for any number of reasons, carrying the liability of having given that stamp of approval.
Right. So this licensure isn't a stamp of approval or any guarantee on quality of work, which would be provided by any particular contractors. This is just a minimum requirement for those contractors to meet to obtain licensure, so we can feel comfortable in issuing permits to those individuals who are performing work in our county. There's still going to be inspection processes and procedures, and the building code still governs here. So this is just a supporting program to the building.
Do we provide a list of licensed contractors to the public so that they know who's licensed and they know who they can talk to about their work?
No, we do not. I can
Okay.
answer that. What we do is we do have accessible all licensed contractors or all contractors that are licensed in the county and have done work, but we do not provide a list because there's a concern that that list might suggest we are endorsing somebody.
But
We
my
cannot
point is it available to them on the public record on our site?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the same as providing it to me. And I'm not suggesting that we're recommending them. I'm just saying the very fact that we have it out there. So I would hope that on whatever page they click on, find out where that is, that there's a statement on there that says that these are the people that are licensed in the county. It's in no way an endorsement or a ratification of their appropriateness for the job, or something that gets us off the hook so that people understand these are not the recommended contractors in our county, because someone could be a great contractor who's not on the list that can come get a license and do the job. So we don't want to enter into that game of either saying who's the good people to hire, nor taking the liability of having said it.
So because Dave had not started with the county, he may not be aware that Lexi with the planning department had been working originally on a list. We asked her to remove it because it did demonstrate, or it could have read as an endorsement. I believe that was since corrected. That is my understanding. So I'm looking to Amy to
Yeah.
ensure that that was followed up on, and then Dave can take it from there. But I agree, we do need disclaimer language, just so there's not any appearance that we're endorsing anything.
A hold harmless thing in here that we're not, this is just a statement of fact. These are the people that have taken out licenses. The other contractors may be legitimate who don't hold licenses here, and it's no way an endorsement of the
Yes.
recommendation.
And we can also include a clarification that we do honor via reciprocity, those individuals that are licensed outside of our jurisdiction.
My personal preference is to make sure that the public knows who we have licensed. That's a real value. It's the thing I hear about most is difficulty finding contractors. Anything else?
No.
Okay. I support the policy. It sounds like we all do. Maybe we could formalize that.
I move we approve resolution 24-93, establishing the contractor licensing fee schedule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
I think that was the contractor licensing program in this case, wasn't it? This was the second motion.
No, we did the program first and then.
Oh, we switched that's right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's talk about
I bet.
what he's in the turn.
No bad.
So the next thing on the agenda is consideration of approval of resolution number 24-04, a resolution of the Clear Creek County Primary and Secondary Road System. However, I'm looking at the clock. I think this is the right time to take a lunch break. And we do have the short-term rental hearing to pick back up. It was continued. So can we have a quick discussion before we declare a recess for lunch about what we want to take up immediately after lunch? Do we want to do short-term rentals or do we want to do roads? Staff have a preference?
I believe the county manager was, if I could read his mind, suggests that we do the work session for the Clear Creek Fire Authority now, and then when we come back, pick up short-term rental and then the road list.
Sure.
Okay, how'd he do? Is that ESP?
Did he read? Yeah, you
List was
I think he
part of
did
that?
well. I think he did well.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to teach me that, Peter.
I think he texted you and said that's what he wanted, but whatever. Yes.
Unless you think that takes more time than you want. It's up to you, really, in the end.
It doesn't matter to me. Just so we're clear at two for an executive session. That's the only thing, how it might impact that, or pretty close to it for the consultants that are coming in for that.
Sorry, you guys, give me just one moment here. I know I just said that, but why don't we go ahead and were you suggesting we take up the fire authority organizational review right now?
Sure, but again, it's up to you. It's your call in the end. How much time you have, how much time you need for the break, et cetera, et cetera.
My timing is poor. I thought my meeting was starting at 11:15, but it's starting at 12:15. So now I would like to sit here for another little while. Is that okay? Not sit here. I have work to do.
Then I suggest doing number 7.
And I think we might have people here that are here for public comment on number 7 too.
On numbers.
7 or 6.
I'm sorry, electronic
So which
7.
you're
now it's
looking at?
6.
Oh, okay.
Electronic 7, paper 6.
So if you are here to offer comment on the public hearing about the approval of the road system, that is likely to happen. I mean, I guess around 1 o'clock. Um. And, now I want us to take up item 7. This is a work session to discuss the Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review. It's a good time for us to discuss the future of, and we can do the executive session, not the one on CTIO. It's a good opportunity for us to discuss the future of this agenda item. We have signed the IGA. I don't know what else we want. Brandy, you offered some comment in commissioner update about this. My sense is we have some agreement that, well, we have a lot of agreement that the fire authority should continue under an IGA for 5 years. And we have a lot of agreement that we need to seek revenues and design a conversation with the public around the tax increase.
Right.
We issued the survey. I think it would be wise for us to continue to ask staff to place this on the agenda on a regular basis, but it seems like it's no longer an organizational review.
Well, what if it was focused more on public safety or financing public safety?
That's getting towards it. Yep.
So what are we gonna name this? And we're still asking staff to keep it on our agendas every week, every other week?
Financing of public safety, work session to discuss.
Work session to discuss public safety financing.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I got another comment to offer, but I think that's good.
Okay, cool. So then let's, what else on this matter?
Well, I think it kind of it expands beyond fire authority or emergency funding emergency services to funding all services. And it's just, we had these comments recorded in a public meeting the other day at the fire authority or the organizational review meeting. And it's that, and I just want to be really clear about this. We have very strong funding challenges and revenue challenges to be able to solve our overall budget challenges that we have. And I think that it's my opinion that we have squeezed a ton of the juice out of this orange, and there's not as much juice left to squeeze out of it as we had before in terms of reducing cost. And that maintaining services and maintaining a healthy work environment in this county is absolutely going to require increasing revenues. And that's absolutely going to require the public to weigh in because of Tabor and just the way we need to do business, to weigh in on how large of a service organization we're going to have and what we're going to provide, and to let us know through the ballot box in terms of how we're going to raise revenues in the future, and that means taxation. And that means we're going to be talking to them, and that spans the gamut of the overall county organizations, and it includes emergency services, which sit independent of the county, but also include the county. And so when we go to the ballot box, we need to, in my opinion, the coming year and subsequent years, we need to have a well thought out and defensible strategic plan for how we're going to fund emergency services and the rest of the county services throughout the county. So I just want to throw that out there. I'm heading out the door, so it's easy for me to say, but we have to get serious about raising revenues at this point because we've squeezed everything we can without cutting services. And anyway, that's just something that has to be part of our conversation going forward when we talk about this.
Do we want to broaden the title? I know there's legislation being considered right now that is revenue related, but it's not public safety related. Do we want to broaden this title to allow you to?
I'm really comfortable trying to to quote Sean Wood here. When everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. I think we need to really focus on our public safety obligations as the most important thing to shore up in our budget. So I'm fine spending next year talking about public safety and shoring up, asking the public to shore that up first makes sense. And we've been talking about a public safety sales tax because that's what allows us to have a conversation about fire in the sheriff's office and EMS at the same time with the public. Those are the three elements of the same team that shows up to save your life when your life needs to be saved. And it makes sense to me that we would try to focus on that.
To be clear, I'm not suggesting that firefighters and police and emergency services personnel aren't people that we respect for the work that they do, but I believe we can multitask, and I believe that we have kicked this can down the road far enough that it's irresponsible not to think about how it fits within the overall context at the same time, so that the decisions we make on that with regard to that are not done in a vacuum without regard to the implications for the balance of the organization. So all I'm suggesting is that we inform the discussion in a well-rounded way so that we're making decisions that don't cause another crisis to become even deeper because of those decisions. And it may have to do with the scale and the amount that we do on one so that the other one is still achievable within a reasonable period of time. But again, I think the services to the people of the county at large, including, of course, very important public safety issues, but all of those and the maintenance of a good work environment for the people that we entrust to do this work I think it's really important to talk about it all at once. So at least one informs the other. And I think it's fine to prioritize it. And I agree, public safety is right at the top, but we have a lot of services. And I just think we need to talk about them at the same breath. They can't exist in silos. But that doesn't mean, I mean, we can have that said, I'll be gone in 2 weeks and it won't matter. And it's, I mean, no disrespect to your opinion either, because I share it, that it's really, really important. I'm looking at the balance of the organization, and I have equally strong feelings about our need to, I mean, it's a simple answer, get more money for everything. It's not easy. It's simple, not easy, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we clearly need to understand, like, a question that I have confidence that our current staff can get us a more precise answer to is like, what is the total cost of government, right? We run these budget deficits. It showed up at $3.9 million. We adjusted the budget pretty significantly. We got it down to 1.3. True cost of government is, right? If we were talking true cost of government, we would be looking at the $3 million in capital that we didn't fund.
Mhm.
We'd be looking at the $1 million in necessary raises that we didn't fund.
It'd be a 4.7.
Yeah. We'd be, yeah, somewhere between 5 and 7. And so, like, you're right, the general conversation needs to be had as well.
Yeah.
And
When we talk
whatever,
about this, we got to reflect that exists and to make sure we know the implications. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
so whatever the title needs to be, I'm fine with it. I'm not trying to, I'm more thinking about how to sequence ballot measures and the fact that the law gives you just a couple of lanes, and there's one lane that can get fire and county services at the same time. And that's the public safety sales tax.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I regret to inform Randy that he's stuck with me for 4 more weeks, not just 2.
I'm just thinking about how many show ups there are, I think, or something, but how many meetings, but I think there's actually more than 2 meetings too. Yeah, it is 4 more weeks. You're right. Almost right at.
I think it's one more meeting after this one.
Yeah, I mean, well, this is one of the 2 meetings, but then there are going to be some others undoubtedly. that
We
will
have
pop
this
up.
special, yeah, 2 more
Yeah.
meetings after 2 more meetings.
Yeah, and I got a couple other meetings of other organizations to go to.
So, I mean, I think like, let's not over debate. You heard the conversation.
Yeah.
Let's, title this in a way that leaves us able to discuss general fund needs as well, like non-emergency service needs as well. That makes sense. If you remember the public and you're watching this, the meeting, the survey results from our survey about fire were very informative. I think an obvious next step is for us to conduct a survey of the general public about sheriff and or EMS. And their thoughts about the performance there and their very similar survey. Do we agree? That's a meaningful next step to take, to ask staff to throw out a survey on that.
Well, it's a public investigation to inform further public outreach and policy and suggestion.
I was writing, I think I missed that.
What's that?
I was asking the board if we want to direct staff to issue a survey about sort of the county general fund funded 2/3 of the emergency services system.
Can I suggest maybe a conversation with Bill first? The timing wise, space between the last survey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to over specify, but if you guys can work, try to take the steps to get somebody under contract so they can have that conversation.
It's also something we did not fund in the budget. So we'll be looking for that, but yeah. I'm trying to think. Bill, Joy's working with us and he kind of cut us a deal on the fire survey. I want to say it was in the $12,000 to $15,000 range.
That the timing is important.
Yeah, I want, that's,
Out now.
yeah, I want to get his thoughts on, survey fatigue and when he thinks that should go out.
Yeah, that's all reasonable.
And what's-
I'm not,
And I also think we should probably be discussing what's it informing and when, right? When are we going to the voters? What's that timing look like? All those kinds of questions.
so can you, at the next meeting, when we're discussing this, bring us some information about,
Sure.
and take any steps? I mean, I don't know that this board needs to get far enough into the weeds to choose the contractor for you. Yeah, we leave it to you to choose the contractor.
I think choosing the contractor would follow the discussion of when and what, where and how much. I mean, because it may be that if there's a space in between before we're back out to the public in a survey, we may be very anxious, or you may be very anxious, take some other steps while you're waiting to make sure that we're better informing both that next outreach as well as overall strategy for, some of this balance between the parts. And I do agree that the nice thing about the public service tax is that it does deal with both the general fund and the individual fire. It does cover two things. So, but there may be some strategy and some mathematics for what it would look like too, that can then help inform what we ask the public. If his advice is to wait a little while.
Yeah, I can be prepared on the 7th to have that conversation with you.
Then you'll hear me say some more stuff and then you won't have to anymore.
No, it's an important conversation. We shouldn't be delaying for any reason. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a conversation we've been having with the public for years. And the fact is, in 2015, we got $18 million of property tax revenue. And last year we got 9. Those are facts, right? The facts are that in 2015, we had something at like 223 or 228 or something funded FTEs. And now we're back to like 2007 levels. We have like 198 or something. Right. So we 2005 to 2015 added a bunch of staff. And in the years since 2015, we've reduced a bunch of staff. And we're pretty close to squeezing this as much as we can before it's like, okay, a conversation with the public. What kind of services do you need? And how do you want to pay for them and how much are you willing to pay for them?
Got that. And we just did a survey.
Yeah.
And so that's what begs the question of what else, what do we learn from that survey so that we can actually apply it to something, apply it to some strategic planning and strategic political planning and outreach before we go get some more information about what they think.
Anything else? Let's take up this, can we jump into this executive session on not the one that we have scheduled regarding the Peak Ridge shoulder lanes, but the second of the two works on the agenda?
That works for us.
Okay. So we're concluding that item 7, that work session. Thank you for your thoughts. This is an important conversation. I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and D for the Board of County Commissioners to have to have a conference with the county attorney for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions relating to District Court Case 2023 CV 030048 and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, develop strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned case.
I second that.
All in favor?
Hey,
That's the Canadian, eh?
Hi, matey.
Motion passes. Board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will take a lunch break. Conclusion of that executive session. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna come back here to take up the primary and secondary road system hearing between 12:45 and 1. That's my guess. And to the members of the public, thank you. I know this things get confusing. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience during our executive session and lunch break. Let's start by saying our executive session has concluded. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. We are here to discuss, this is a public hearing. We're here to consider the approval of resolution number 24-04, a revision to the Clear Creek County primary and secondary road system. We have Stoy Streepy as a presenter. I presume we have Carl Shell also presenting. Peter Lichtman, I know you'll be participating. Peter, can you talk about the notification for this public hearing?
Yes, and I think, well, he's maybe on the line, but
He's gonna join us.
okay.
He's on his way up. Oh, and that.
Matt Taylor from Internal Services prepared letters to residents and homeowners and property owners who were either had property on the affected roads that may be modified as a result of this road list, or were part of feeder roads that went into that general area. So he hit a large circumference of property owners, just so they were aware. In most instances, and Stoy Streepy will explain this, most of these were, the additions were really to create secondary non-maintained roads. There were some other modifications, and those in particular were highlighted in the letters sent out by Matt.
The way this hearing is gonna go is we're gonna have a presentation from staff. Commissioners will ask questions during and after that presentation. We'll then open it up for public comment, so that public comment can be informed by the presentation. That may inspire additional questions by commissioners, and then we'll deliberate and make a decision. Before I hand it to staff, I do need to address a potential conflict of interest that I have. An impacted property owner, two impacted property owners potentially are my cousins, Cameron Marlin and Kelly Flanagan. I've had a conversation with the county attorney, Peter Lichtman, about this. The strict definition of conflict of interest is whether someone in your immediate family stands to gain or lose from this. And so Peter, can you offer any other explanation as to why you're recommending that I am able to participate?
So first of all, neither of those two family members that you indicated are immediate family members. So that in terms of any ethics guidelines would keep you out of that. The additional aspect is that the actual road that I believe you're referring to as an issue, which is Zip Trail, was properly designated on the county map system in 2021. What the changes that you'll see on today's update is correcting a Scrivener's error that truly was an error in the mileage that was listed at 0.59. It should have been at 0.43 or 42, I believe. That's change that is occurring. So all that is happening here is that it's correcting the previous error. Technically speaking, it doesn't change access for your cousins whatsoever. It does affect other property owners above your cousins or near your cousin's property. But another, depending on what the outcome of today's roads list is, there may be other access avenues, depending on what the board decides to do with regard to a proposed adoption of Morningstar Trail as a public road for the county. Also, secondary non-maintained. There is in the backup public comment received from an attorney who represents a number of property owners above your cousin. But additionally, there's emails from property owners who support, for example, adding Morningstar Trail as a public road. So you'll see those in the backup to the materials. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Just to be very clear, you're recommending that I can participate in this ethically and legally?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Let's hand it off to staff. I don't know who wants to begin the presentation, so I'll identify yourselves.
I'll start us out. I'm Stoy Streepy. Got here with me, Carl Shell, Matt Taylor, and Peter Lichtman are all members of this road research team. among others that have kind of jointly participated in this effort to maintain our adopted county road list. I did want to add a couple of other comments on notifications, in addition to the letters that Matt and his team had sent out to residents that were directly connected to any roads that were receiving a change or proposed change here. We also advertised in the newspaper and made that list available. We did receive a couple of emails and a phone call. I think Megan had passed those around to the commissioners this morning. They didn't come in time to be included in the packet. Peter, is there any other, would you like copies of these, or Brian, would you like a copy of the?
I'll take a copy so that we can make sure it gets added to the supplemental
Okay.
packet. Thank you.
Yeah, these are just two emails and a phone call that were received as we directed people through the general public works communication lines there. And this the subject list here is just our adopted road list that details our primary and secondary county road system and the associated maintenance status of those roads. It's very beneficial to both the staff and public to provide clarity on, what is recognized as a county road and what the maintenance status is there is associated with that road. So that we as staff know when we're going through development processes, what those surrounding conditions are as far as road status, and what residents and prospective property owners can glean from a list of this nature to understand, what the access is like to their property. That being said, we've got several changes, revisions to this list, which was last updated in 2021. We've kind of discussed with Board of County Commissioners previously through some work sessions, about the process that staff used to really add or recommend additions or eliminations from the list here. But really, the list is really informed at the staff level and what we are able to determine through pretty clear-cut scenarios. If it's clearly something that should be included on the list, then we recommend that it be included and vice versa. And then as far as the maintenance conditions associated with the roads and any changes that are being made, we really are just updating those roads to reflect what we've been doing in practice. The intention of any changes in regard to maintenance on this that are shown on the list are really just to clarify what we've been doing. So we're not suggesting that we're going to change any maintenance practices through the adoption of any revisions on this list that's being presented to you today. There's several roads on this list that we're presenting to you today that are only on the list because they're being renamed. A lot of those are those roads that are being renamed are just due to the renaming of Mount Blue Sky. We went through a renaming process with the community. Matt Taylor and his team did an effort there to reach out to the users and the residents on those particular roads and went through our road naming policies to come up with the names there to adjust those. And those roads are now known as Blue Sky Trail. Colorado 103, just kind of clarifying, the designation for that's known by several names, but Colorado 103 is kind of the formal name that we've got on the list here. And then Raven Ridge Road were all renamed as part of this effort. And then as came up.
Pine Valley as well.
Oh, yes, sorry, Pine Valley Road. I guess I did not include that on my list there, but those were all renamed just in response to the renaming of Mount Blue Sky. As Peter kind of noted previously, we're just correcting the length of zip trail from what was previously established by staff, through previous analysis of the conditions of the road. That's really something that we're just trying to make the map and the list consistent with any previous determinations that were made. And an addition to the list is Morningstar Trail that's in that same vicinity. That's one that we took a look at just because of the conditions surrounding Zip Trail. As we were doing the research on that road, an adjacent road to that really stood out to us as maybe meeting the criteria that staff would use to recommend that a road be added to this list. So we did look at that one and separately went through a naming process on that. And it was has been named Star Trail. That in and of itself doesn't change any kind of legal status associated with the road. It's really more for deliveries, emergency responses, and that sort of thing. But when we did our research on what's now known as Morningstar Trail, we found that it should be included on this list as well. And as I said, the others, there's been a couple come up. We've got a couple of comments. These these email comments and this phone call comment that came in, should I address them at all or read them in any way? Or is it just for the commissioners to be able to review?
So only if the board wishes to have them read, but they are in the backup, will be in the supplemental provisions if they came in later. And then the board presumably has had an opportunity to review them. I also had provided them individually.
And thank you for that. And yeah, I do have those and happy to comment on them if the board would desire. And beyond that, really, just want to reiterate, that it's just staff's desire just to have the most updated and accurate list that we can to provide for our own purposes, an understanding of our road system, as well as providing to the public. And is there anything that the two of you would like to add?
I'd just say that Seton Gulch Trail is very similar to Morningstar in the fact that some things we looked at that several years ago where it was being blocked off by a property owner. And so at that time we did some research on it to see if it was in fact had some evidence to indicate that it had been around and used publicly for a long time. And back in 2017, staff had actually gathered that information and felt that it was very likely also a public road. So that's why it's being on this list as well.
And I think similarly, Trails In Lane is also on this list. I don't know if there's others on here that are additions, but that's one that just for whatever reason wasn't included on previous lists, but in looking at it, it's clearly should be included on this list. And Carl, anything that you'd like to add?
I don't think so. Just the determination that the roads are part of the public road system.
I'm curious if, on the electronic version, I'm curious if there's an inconsistency on Morningstar Trail. The description talks about beginning to 0.44 miles, but the total length is described as 0.51. Kind of deja vu on Zip Trail.
Zip Trail or Morningstar?
Morningstar.
Oh. What do we have in here?
I'm showing
Copy
consistent.
there.
Yeah, it's 0.51 on both these documents.
And where are you seeing that
Yeah,
0.44 reference?
I see it in the description here.
Oh, okay.
Describe 2024 list of proposed updates to the primary and secondary road list and map.
So that's, I think the information in the description is incorrect.
So, yeah, I think
Are you looking at the memo?
We're looking at it.
I'm looking at an attachment.
list of proposed updates.
Yeah, it's different here.
That's what I'm seeing. And it's the second column, description of segment. Is that correct, Mitch?
Yes, the second and third columns.
And I have a question about the relationship between those two roads too in a minute, once you resolve that.
Yeah, and I don't really have a good response for that, Commissioner Houston. Would you
Let me see if I can pull that up while we're having other discussions.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Clarify.
So my question is, while you're thinking about that, and pardon my ignorance here, but Morningstar Trail and Zip Trail, which show on the map, you know, coming all the way around and connecting when you look at them. There's a section of that that's discontinuous, isn't it? There's a section that's no longer access up Zip Trail and is to be accessed via Morningstar. And there's a portion of that trail that's not public road. Is that correct?
Yeah, according to this recommended road list here, they would not connect.
Right. And so, okay.
It might help to describe when we decide a public road is a public road and publish it on our map. We're not really changing anything about the historic use of that road, right? These roads have been used in a certain way. Like, for example, in this testimony letter, it's observed that people have been driving up and down Zip Trail for a long time, right? And when we change the error in declaring the error between the mileage and what was in the map matches our intent and the mileage was the mistake. We're not suddenly saying the public can't use that road, right? The public has used that road, and will continue to use that road, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we have no intentions of going out and blocking access to this. Where it often comes into play is through development proposals. If someone would like to pull a development permit from something that is not on this road list, or is not on a state road, or is not on a U.S. Forest Service or other known public road, then before we will address the property and issue a driveway access permit, then we require that they provide evidence that they have legal access to use that road for whatever purpose that development is.
And my recollection is that, I know this is hearsay. When my cousin was seeking a development permit, Kelly, she was told this is not a public road and had to prove it was a public road up to her house. Or was she required to get easements? She was required to get easements?
She was, yeah, and that was, that permit was administered through a consultant and a previous staff member here through the site development department. And yes, my understanding of that was that when they came in for their development permit, they were required, it was established that through the site development department staff there, that the road was public because there was documentation through some land use divisions of land, some subdivision type of land use processes that declared that as a public road and was, I believe, accepted by the county as a public road for a portion of that. But then there was at least one property owner above that area that Flenikins were asked to get an easement from or provide some other evidence of legal access. And I think they presented the site development department with just a private access easement for that.
Okay. I thought I heard something just now that was different than my understanding. My understanding is that when they were getting their development permit, they were told it was not a public road and they had to procure easements. And then since that time, there's been a suggestion that it was a public road and that was part of the.
So
But now we're showing it as a public road to their property line because that's about where 0.44 is. Is that correct?
It's very close, but they were required to get an easement from that point of 0.44 for, it may have even just been 100 feet or so through a property above that. So it was and has and continues to be considered public for that 0.44 miles. But the Flenikins, when they developed their property, they were asked to provide an easement or other mechanism that provided them from that 0.44 mark up to their property.
So the contention is that irregardless of their property and their project and everything else, our historic records were determined at that time and continue to show that historically that road was only a public road up to that 0.44 point. And it was just something people were driving on other than that. Is that right?
That's accurate, but there was a mistake after the Flanagan's development permit was issued and approved and finalized, where we reflected in the mileage on our road list in 2019 that it extended up to not 0.44, but 0.59. And that's created a lot of confusion.
It's
And
been reversed now.
it's not been, that's still reflected on our current road list is 0.59 miles. And our intention with the recommendation today is to more accurately reflect what staff determined previously of that 0.44 miles.
So the current status would be, it would be a public road 2.44, not 0.59, because the 0.59 was the error.
Correct.
Okay.
And I shouldn't have brought up Zip Trail as the example, because the thing I'm trying to confirm is that there are roads all over Clear Creek County that are not on this public road list that are used by the public. Right. Simply because a private property owner hasn't gone out of their way to build a gate. It's a road, you access a private road via a public road, and then you drive on it, and so that's correct, right?
It's very prevalent throughout the county, yes.
And so you have this history of investigating roads when things come up and using specific criteria to determine whether you can establish that a road is public, right? And I know one of the confusing things about this is that the state law says that if it has a history of 20 years of use, it's a public road, right? That's not the criteria we use, is my understanding.
Correct.
The reason we don't use that criteria is because we are not able to compel people's testimony under penalty of perjury, and would therefore have to rely on hearsay in order to declare a road public, right? Whereas if, say a lawsuit and say someone's trying to develop and we say you have to go get easements, that a lawsuit could result from that. And they could go into the court system, and the court system could take that kind of testimony under penalty of perjury, at which point it's no longer hearsay. Right. And this is another way that roads are made public, right? By a court determination. Is that correct?
Essentially, I think the simpler way to state it is that staff looks at objective criteria, not subjective criteria that can be influenced by people, as opposed to maps and other rely on to determine whether or not the county chooses to add a road to its adopted list.
I have a question regarding clarification, and it's just about the idea that it's no longer hearsay because it was stated in a court. That doesn't mean it isn't hearsay. It just means it's been memorialized. It may be memorialized hearsay. Is that correct?
Okay, I don't want to get into legal definitions of hearsay and not hearsay. Honestly, I think what George is probably referring to is that in a court, somebody is brought in to testify in person. And if that person is testifying as to their truth and their belief, they can reflect on their own. Hearsay is what somebody else says that is outside of court, and somebody in court relaying what somebody else said.
The difference is the swearing on the Bible, right?
Yeah, but again, it's simply not in our criteria to take that type of evidence and take it into our objective process of determining whether something gets added to our road system map. We are not determining whether or not a road is public specifically from that standpoint. As you indicated, people can travel along a variety of roads that are not on our road system map.
Right. And so the point of deciding whether it's a county road or not doesn't determine whether there's public access or whether a person has a right to drive on it. It's simply whether it's in our road system.
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not making a determination of whether somebody can access their property via zip trail. We're just saying from our perspective, zip trail ends at 0.44 miles from its origin.
That's correct.
Okay.
The county road portion.
The county road portion. What happens on the non-county road portion is up to the individual private property owners that right of way may pass through, any number of things.
So the only significance of county road here realistically is that for purposes of satisfying your bank or somebody else that you have legal access. If you do have county road system to your property, then you know you have legal access. Otherwise, you have to prove other segments that are not county road.
Well, it's not a bank issue or something like that. It's actually within our own development standards. So as long as it's established within the development standards that they have legal access, that's the determination if they want to develop on that property.
And that too, I just meant it as an example there. If there's hoops you have to jump through to be able to get a house built, and as an example, and one of them may be securing a loan because your bank also wants to know those things, that you have legal access. And anyway, okay, thanks.
So the evidence we do rely on is historic maps. If a road was identified on one of, is it 3 maps? Talk me through that a little bit.
Yeah, so, so the standard operating procedure that we have, for staff, yeah, if we see it on three system maps, this list and map, is one of them. The Forest Service motor vehicle use map, as a Forest Service designated road, is another. And then it's also on the list if it's a state highway or a state road, so.
So those maps are dating back to
1905.
Well, so, but that's actually a secondary criteria. And so we do also look at, historic USGS quadrangle maps, from 1903 to 1905, sometimes 1910. But the reasoning behind those 2 series of maps is that those generally predate the Forest Service. So if a road's indicated there, it basically means that that road existed, prior to the Forest Service existence. We also look at other things, like the, mineral patents. So if a mining claim is patented and it indicates a road on that plat, it's indicating that that road was there before that property went into private hands. So those are a few of the things that we look at, but those first 3 that you said, yes. Generally, if we see, anything on those first 3, we just kind of, we don't need to do any further research.
Thank you. I have another question on a different topic, so just want to make sure so we just had this conversation around the law around public road adoption. We've also received public comment on maintenance decisions. There's no legal nature to those maintenance decisions, right? That's a policy matter. That's a policy and political matter, right? Which roads we choose to maintain.
Yes, if we add something to our primary road system, it is maintained. It's my understanding. If it's secondary, we can do non-maintained. We could maintain secondary roads, I presume, but.
Okay. And then the third thing that we're doing here is some name changes, which is also, well, that's not mentioned in any comments anyway, so we need to talk about it. A question I have, does this, back to the public road adoption, I'm sorry, I forgot about this one. One of the problems in the resolutions that we've passed in the past is that it doesn't state if there's a difference between the map and the list that lists mileage, which one rules, right? Do we have that kind of clarity in this resolution?
This becomes the official county map and rules.
So we have a resolution that has a map and a list that
Right.
lists mileage. Which one rules, and does the resolution make that clear?
So the map rules and the statute makes that clear. The statute requires that the county adopt a primary and secondary system road map.
Okay.
We do the list to enhance an explanation. I should note that I do know we need to circle back to the distinction that Commissioner Houston was mentioning about the Morningstar Trail. In our resolution, when you look at both the list and the map, they are 0.41, I believe it is, or 0.44.
0.51.
0.51, I'm sorry. The explanation where we, in a separate document, which is simply a backup document for the board, talks about 0.44. I'll let Matt talk about it, but I think that has to do with zip trail and intersections and.
Yeah, I did verify, it is supposed to be the 0.51 as it's indicated in the mileage on both this and the official list. The description is just incorrect with the 0.4.
Any other questions?
No, dear. No, I don't think so.
Let's go to public comment. We're gonna start in the room. That'll give you time if you're on Zoom to raise hand button. Click that anytime and we will get to you. Thank you, Matt. If you are here to make a public comment in person, please come to the podium, state your name, roughly where you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi again. Ty Davies, live in Idaho Springs, former address of 758 Zip Trail, which technical terms was 0.758 on the mileage for Zip Trail. House is no longer there. It is what it is. What I want to see, and I honestly don't care how I access my property. I would like to see if Morning Star is going to become a secondary road, that the county at least brings it up to a standard or a grade the way Zip Trail currently is. Whether that's possible or not, put a lot of time and effort into maintaining, grading, widening within my bounds, all the way to my property, which we resided at, and I've owned the property for 25 years. So I guess since the time is short, I also want to say that I would like to see both public accesses kept, only for fire mitigation. My house burned, if something had gone wrong, or if the forest catches on fire, I think there should be 2 outs. What I don't want to see is people putting up gates to restrict people from accessing their properties. Whether that means I have to go another way and improve my road, so be it. But I would like to see a couple ways out and make sure that people's welfare is kept. And that is it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else in the room?
My name is Joe Locknecker. I'm with the Dumont Cemetery. And just for clarification, that road going to the cemetery has always been kind of a roading conflict on whose property it's on. And I'd like to know if it's going to be reestablished or extended or just left as it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room?
We have 2 people raising their hands online, and then I'm not seeing the woman that I chatted with on the phone, so we might have to give her a call to get her public comment in, if that makes sense.
So we're going to see this morning.
Yes. I just
We are in the seat in our packet.
Okay.
Um,
First up, we have Amy.
hello, thank you. If you could please state your name, roughly where you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Amy Hunt. I'm a lawyer with Timmons LLC, and I represent Ken and Christine Thiessen, who own 13 mining claims, accessed primarily by Zip Trail, the entirety of which has been used by them, other claim owners, and the general public for decades, if not longer, as shown by a sworn statement that we've attached to the materials. Today, the board is considering adopting a resolution that would shorten that road 0.15 miles from 0.59 miles to 0.44 miles, essentially cutting off the Thiessen's ability to freely access their claims via Zip Trail. As I mentioned, I've submitted written materials summarizing our position on this matter, and I've also had extensive discussions with staff, which is also part of the record. The Thiessens acquired their first claim in 1999. Just the year before, the Board of County Commissioners adopted Resolution 98-181, recognizing historic access roads to mining claims are public roads and must remain open for the public. Fast forward to a couple of years ago, when the Thiessens decided to put their claims on the market for sale. The 2021 road list had Zip Trail as 0.59 miles, which is no accident. We had that road surveyed, and 0.59 miles is the natural end of the road where it intersects with Morningstar Trail, which is also a historic access road to mining claims that's being added to this road list correctly. The Thiessen's real estate agent confirmed with the county in writing that the parcels could be accessed via zip trail. This is important because while the parcels can be accessed via Morningstar Trail, that road, as Mr. Davies mentioned, is narrow, steep, and not as well maintained as zip trail. For someone interested in building on the Thiessen lots, and they are zoned as buildable lots, they would have to spend tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars upgrading the road. The value of my clients' mining claims have been and will be significantly impacted by this decision. What's more, as a matter of law, the county cannot, by changing the length of a road on a road list, turn a public road that the public has a vested right to use into a private road. A decision to revise the length of zip trail to 0.44 miles would mean that instead of the road ending in a natural way at the intersection of another road, zip trail would end sort of somewhere in the middle. While my clients would like to avoid litigation of this issue, if the county moves forward with revising the length of zip trail, they will have no other choice but to litigate the fact that a tiny length of road is a public road. Given the record, I don't believe that it's prudent use of county resources, but if the board decides to revise the length of zip trail to 0.44 miles, the value of my client's property will be so diminished that they would have no choice but to vindicate their rights in court. I urge the board to keep zip trail at its current length of 0.59 miles. We appreciate your time and consideration of this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Robin. Robin, I just promoted you to panelist, so if you could accept that, we can hear your public comment.
You let me know when she's in the room.
Yes, almost. She just accepted. She's there.
Okay, welcome, Robin. If you could please state your name and roughly where you live, you'll have 3 minutes. If you are speaking, we are not hearing you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, sorry about that. My name's Robin DeMayo. I live in Idaho Springs. I've lived there for about 40 years, and I do have some comments about the county road classification list and also the policy that is used in making the determination on whether or not a road is public. One of my comments is that by stating that if the road is not on the list, it's not public, it kind of is in contradiction to our 98-181, which says that all these roads, public roads are open to the public, and it also contradicts that state statute 43-2201 about prescriptive easement. And I heard today where maybe there's some question as to whether or not you have to take testimony from someone as to it has been used, but that also states that another way to establish that is that there has been no objections of the use of the road by the adjacent property owners. So I just wanted to make sure that those things are taken into consideration. I know there has been a volunteer on previous board member that was in on our 98-181 to meet with current county commissioners to explain their interpretation and why they came up with that resolution based on those state statutes. And I think she's still agreeable, Joanne Sorensen, to meet with the commissioners on that. And I also have a question about, as far as determination, I know in the presentation that was given to the board, it said that determination wouldn't be given until request for a permit, driveway permit or some other development permit were applied for. But by owners not knowing if they have legal access to their property, it does affect the value of the property. So I think if an owner does put in a specific request, that they should get an answer, and it shouldn't have to wait till someone wants to develop the property. Because they might wanna, there might be potential buyers, sellers, that the value is based on excess. So I don't know how much time I have left, but there's just concerns that I have. I have concerns about the list and about closing of public roads and how that might affect the public and property owners, and more barricades being put up because of these roads being declared not public. And that's about it. I know in the policy too that they were talking about, you know, if you can't get easements, they want you to get easements first, or actually in that presentation last week. But if you can't, I'm not sure, there's like no appeal process. Because we actually have been, my partner and I have been given a decision on the determination of a road that goes to mining claims that we have. And that determination was given out to realtors, and it affected the value, it affected a sale. And it's just, I just hope that the board will consider everyone that's affected by this and make sure that's an equitable decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last call. Any other public comment?
No, but we do have to call Jody, if that's okay.
Bear with us for a moment. We've got someone that we know wants to offer comment.
Hello, Megan.
Hi, Jody. It's Megan from the county. Are you ready to give your public comment?
I'm watching and listening.
Okay, I didn't see your name, so I just figured I would call and make sure you could get your public comment in. Are you ready? Oh, she went away. She
Okay,
might be
well, given-
laptop on here, but I don't know who that is and her hand isn't raised. So that's why.
Given that you are able to hear us and you are in the Zoom meeting, if you would please click raise hand. We can bring you over and.
She did.
It is laptop. I just didn't want to give it to anybody.
You'd let me know when she's a panelist.
All right, Jody, if you can hear us and you can unmute, we can hear your public comment.
Jody, if you could please start by stating your name and roughly, I'm going to speak up. If you could please start by stating your name and roughly where you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, gentlemen, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. After this morning, well, first of all, gentlemen, the Ute Trail residents have dealt in depth about this Ute Trail maintenance issues since 2002, and in depth since 2009 to 2015. 2015, they had to take a break. But what I did learn this morning is that the Ute Trail residents are operating under some misunderstanding, and I believe that Roads and Bridges is also. So what I'm wondering, gentlemen, is would it be possible for this Ute Trail matter to be pulled, tabled, or continued for further communications, so to make sure that we're all on the same page?
Okay, thank you. Could you please, for the record, state your name and roughly where you live?
I'm sorry. Mary Jody Sheffer. I live at 240 Ski Road, whose driveway butts onto Ute Trail.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to go ahead and just put voice to some of the questions that were compelling to me. Let's start with the question from Mr. Lochnicker. I see, and this is not, I don't think this is a change. This is just how it's been. Trails End Lane, 0.11 miles. Can you confirm that's the extent of Trails End Lane into the cemetery?
Yes. And that's not a change in status, but that is a public road.
It's a new addition to our road list, isn't it?
Yeah, we found a dedicated right of way that dedicated it to the county from, I think it was 1935. And so it's just one of those things, we just happened to have found that as in doing some research. And so we said, oh, well, we need to add this road to our list.
Oh, so it is a change. So if we pass this resolution, Trails End Lane will become a public road,
Yes.
or will be declared as a public road.
Which will confirm that access.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
He said, which will confirm that access. One of the
Nuances of this is like whether a road is public or not is like
a fact that's out there that exists.
what we're doing is codifying
What we think we're very sure on. Okay. I want to ask, I know in our road maintenance system, it talks about standards, or in our road design manual, it talks about roads have to meet certain standards in order to be adopted as public roads. Am I correct? And does Morningstar Trail meet those standards?
It does not. And in our roadway manual, it has design standards for new roads being constructed, to be constructed. And so it doesn't really speak to an existing road being brought into this list.
I'm probably thinking about
Adopt the procedures for adoption of maintenance of an existing county road. Now I'm realizing how I'm misremembering. Thank you.
because to become a
County maintained road, of course, it has to meet standard, or else you guys couldn't drive safely on it.
Well, and to be clear, we maintain a lot of roads that do not meet the road standards outlined in our roadway manual. But that is a primary consideration factor when we would make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to include an additional road into our maintenance program.
Thank you. I have a question about resolution 98-181. I think it's for Peter. I know resolution 98-181 said any road with historic use is a public road. Did that affect any specific road?
No, and when the board passed that, and I have looked into the history of this and have spoken to the prior county attorney regarding this as well. And while I appreciate the offer to discuss it further, I'm more than happy to discuss it with former Commissioner Sorensen as well. But when that resolution was passed, it was a general blanket to address what was a perceived concern about access to mining claims. However, a year later, the board actually indicated that resolution was extremely difficult and confusing to apply, and therefore it created a process by which someone would have to bring to the county evidence establishing that the road should be declared a public road for purposes of our county road list or otherwise. Then, after doing that, 2 years later, the then board rescinded that outline of how to do it, saying that in and of itself was confusing, and therefore they were rescinding that as well. But they failed to rescind 98-181. We do intend to bring to the board for consideration on January 7th, rescission of 181, as it clearly is causing some confusion for people to believe that they have a right under our county road list to access particular properties. 98-181 does not determine that a road is not a public road or is a public road. It's a general overview of what was perceived in 98 that has since been corrected by statute by the Colorado legislature to establish that if you want to establish something as a public road, you need an overt act for purposes of a prescriptive type of access by the public.
Is it fair to say that that as a county commission, the county commission didn't really have the power to do much more than render an opinion about what should be true in that case, because each case has to be decided on its own merits? I mean, each request for public access has to be found through evidence that is not presented by simply stating all historically used roads, because somebody has to still be able to present that it's an historically used road.
Yes.
Get there.
Yes and no. From the standpoint of that, you are absolutely correct. They do need to establish that. The county had taken it upon itself to also research that and determine it, but ultimately the board has the ultimate authority to decide what roads get added to its primary and secondary road system map. That's different from the board declaring a road public or not public.
That's what I mean by it's not necessarily within their authority to do that, especially when they haven't even been prescriptive enough to establish exactly where the roads are, but to simply state that there's a kind of condition that should allow that to then be true, but it doesn't say which or which. It doesn't say which roads are, which roads actually have that, enjoy that condition. Is that correct?
That's correct. You're correct.
Other questions?
Are we at the questioning phase or are we at the discussion phase still?
Well, I have one question. So I thought at the beginning of this meeting, I understood that the controlling document for county roads is the map as opposed to the list.
Correct.
Okay. During some of our conversations, people have been referring to a list, so I just wanted to make sure I understood it really is the map.
It is the map.
Okay. And how long have we used a map to do this?
Well, officially, we had the township map that was established in 2000, I believe. I don't recall that we had an official map prior to that date, but I'll let Matt speak to that.
Yeah, there was, in 1986, there was a resolution that had a list and a map.
Okay, thank you.
And prior to that, I'm not aware of any.
And that's because around that time, the statute required a county to adopt at least one time a primary and secondary road system map.
Okay.
Other questions?
No.
Any more? Just
Call again for public comment, you think?
just in case there's any more.
We can recommend that we do another call for public comment. Anybody have public comment? I'm just gonna hold it open if you're on Zoom. I know how hard it can be to find that button, especially if you're on an Apple device.
If somebody provided public comment already and they're raising their hand again, are they, okay. Just me.
I would not recommend that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity.
Okay, just making sure.
Can I say one more thing?
I would suggest that if somebody's already had public comment, they not be allowed to renew.
Thank you. So I think what we're
Just
trying to
one
do
more
is
chance.
just make sure that we caught everybody that
Yeah,
Exactly.
wanted to speak.
Exactly.
no one else.
Okay. This is not a simple subject. Fortunately, our public staff is here to help
Correct
people
us if we're wrong,
understand
we'll
what's going on
discuss.
here. Although they're not here to offer legal advice. So I'm gonna go ahead and close public comment. I was kind of delaying to see if somebody could find a hand button. And it seems like we have exhausted our questions. It's not like you can't ask another one, but I think at this point, we should talk about our opinions on this.
I think that deliberations may generate more questions, so we're probably in a deliberation and maybe another question that generates phase. And so I'm glad staff is still here, including legal staff, in case anybody has a legal question. And I think, a couple things there are two major issues at issue here. One of them is you know, trying to divide stuff up into different slices of the pie. One of them is the difference between public access and county road, determination of what's a county road versus public access. And the county has little authority to declare what is a public road or not. There are numerous other avenues through which that has to be done, and the county can weigh in on that, but it's not really a county authority to decide who has public access or not. People have to prove that through easements, through rights of way, through any kinds of stuff. And so there's that. And so what we state about what's a county road or not doesn't determine whether somebody has the legal right to use, for example, zip trail to go beyond. There are other avenues through which that would have to be finally determined. That's what it feels like to me from listening to our attorney and everybody else. And then the second one comes down to 98-181. And based on what I've heard so far, I'm going to give a real simplistic and crude version of it, which is I think that in about $5 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks, since it doesn't really determine public access either until the evidence that a road qualifies, since it hasn't been prescriptive, allows it to say anything about that. So you still have to go through the same methods to determine public access before you know whether it meets the criteria of Resolution 98-181. Is that a fair assessment?
That is correct. 98-181 is not really valuable to establish whether something is a public road.
Yeah, I mean, it's as complicated as it is. What this map represents is every inch of road that staff, through a lot of effort, has been able to find objective evidence that it is a public road. It is a county road.
Correct.
Right, and there are, so. Other. I guess I'll just say, I intend to support the resolution. Staff is reporting to us that this is every inch of road that they have been able to find evidence that is public. Probably other roads out there that if staff spent a bunch more time than that, could be added to this list. And there are other mechanisms, including the court system, of having roads declared public. But that's not our role here. I do agree that, I mean, I just was thinking as Ty Davies was talking, I always thought Ty Davies was on Zip Trail, but the maps say he's just on an unnamed road. So I guess I've been a little confused, but historically, I thought Zip Trail went past the Davies property. So this is just like some evidence to the extent to which driving around on a road that you know with your eyes and your tires and, you know, et cetera, isn't, you know, the level of specificity necessary that you guys use to be objective about this. Just one example.
Yeah, there is not anything in this resolution, I think, that says you can or can't drive to the properties that were represented by Ms. I'm trying to look for her last name here. Amy Hunt. Whether it's her clients, multiple clients, properties, or Mr. Davies' property, this resolution, the adoption of this map, doesn't say they can or they can't through either one of these roads. Right?
That's correct. It does not. It simply establishes that a certain portion of Zip Trail
is a county road,
which was previously established, but for the error in the listing of the mileage. The map was correct. That has not changed.
And an erroneous assertion made by a member of our staff. That's documented in that letter.
Right.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
It's a difficult topic. I think it's time to move forward with approving it.
So I move we, is it time for a motion? I move we approve resolution 24-04 revision to the Clear Creek County primary and secondary road system.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Want to thank staff for your time. Not only do you guys spend a lot of time researching roads as things come up, you've spent a lot of time helping this board understand this very complicated situation here. You've done so with grace and expertise. Thank you. The last thing on the agenda is an executive session.
Remember, guys? We were hoping to just bring back the STR.
Obviously. I'm glad that you had your hands on that. Staff prepared for that now?
Yes.
Okay, so we are taking back up a hearing that was continued regarding short-term rental regulations.
So you're reconvening the hearing that started earlier this morning.
Thank you. We are reconvening the hearing that started this morning regarding short-term rental regulations. Reconvening the second hearing of ordinance number 19. As I recall, there was one outstanding issue. We had asked staff to draft some language. Staff, can you talk us through the now amended ordinance 19?
Are you referring to the change with regard to the 90 days, 120 days discussion?
I believe that's the only change that we
Yeah.
asked for.
Other than the changing the effective date of the ordinance, which added some language having to do with the safety and health concerns of the public. I did make the one change in consultation with staff that for essentially what you have is you have the primary residence seasonal STR license allowing for typically that it not be rented for more than 90 days in a license period. We added an exception to state that except that for licenses issued during calendar year 2025 only, the residence may be rented for up to 120 days for the duration of the 2025 license. This exception does not carry over to licenses issued or renewed after 2025. I do want to mention that even as adopting this way, we're the board to decide otherwise in a few months. We simply could amend the ordinance as needed if the board were to decide, no, we want it always to be 120 or we want it 60, whatever the board should decide.
Okay.
Which is true of everything we do, right?
That is true. That is absolutely true.
We could do away with the building department or what, no.
So if,
I mean, somebody else, I personally, I would never do that.
You would never do that,
Yeah.
right?
so I believe the board already had public comment for this, and so I won't ask you for another one. But I'm happy to read in the proposed motion. If the board was ready at a point, just let me know when you are, because I will add all the modifications and everything for you.
Any further comments before we make a motion?
No.
I just want to say that this is a long time coming. We've been working on this resolution for a long time. It was many years ago that we realized that what we really needed to be effective in enforcement was to be able to hold the platforms themselves accountable. They have a history of advertising for people who are breaking our laws, and that ends when we pass this motion. And I'm really excited that we will now be able to have an efficient means of enforcement by simply notifying the platforms that they are advertising for someone who is breaking our laws and that they must stop. And that has not been discussed much today, but that is a fundamental change to the way that we are doing business with short-term rentals here. And I'm very excited about it. Very grateful to Dylan Roberts and the legislature for hearing counties when they said they need this and getting counties this authority.
I'm also very grateful to our entire county commission, past and recent past and present for being behind making this effective all the way. So.
Yeah, this board has been through some pretty intense conversations about this, and it's not a perfect policy, and other boards might make changes, but I think we're in much, much better shape than we were back when this was the Wild West.
Good description.
All right, so
Peter's gonna articulate the motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll just, so what staff is asking the board to do is to adopt the ordinance today. The ordinance is an ordinance by the Board of County Commissioners of Clear Creek County for the licensing of short-term rentals. I would ask that a motion to adopt the ordinance on second reading today, making it effective immediately occur, subject to the modifications adopted by the board today during the hearing. I would ask that the board also direct that the ordinance be recorded and published by title and any section that is changed in the paper that the official legal paper of the county, which is the Clear Creek Current. I also want to note that the ordinance will become effective immediately upon adoption based on the need to immediately preserve the public health and safety, including ensuring compliance with building and fire codes and other applicable regulations.
So moved.
I'd like to second that.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thanks again to
Thanks.
staff. Thank
Yay,
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for blooding your fingers during lunch.
My pleasure.
Oh, I get it. It took me a second. I'm like, paper. Last thing on the agenda is an executive session. Before I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
For the county to, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the county's 1041 regulatory authority over the peak period shoulder lanes within its jurisdiction and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to proposed modifications concerning PPSL operations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made.
Correct.
There's nothing further on the public agenda, so we will simply return to this room to adjourn. Okay, the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. Nothing further on the public agenda. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.